times have been tough. Here at Imparja, we want to help our customers get back to business and reconnect with their own customers. Television viewing levels are at an all-time high, so now is the time to reach out through TV. And to make it easy, we offer complete commercial production and airtime solutions tailored to your specific needs. Our advertisers have been advertising with us for years, and that says something. Whether you've used Imparja previously or are new to our station, give us a call. We'd love to help.
Think your mate's a good value? You should check out Venue Mode. When the green light is activated, you're on Tab Turf. So you'll get access to exclusive markets and offers just for heading to your local. Venue Mode, only on your Tab app.
Tab, long may we play.
I've always kind of been drawn to bugs. I've always wanted a bug, and the first bug I ever got was actually a shell. That sparked the OG bug, and since then, I guess I've never really strayed away from the bug platform, the look, the vibe, the feel. It's just something, I guess, from being from San Diego has always kind of hooked me since day one, and I don't think there's no turning back.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners
Read and observe all safety signs.
and stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners
Read and observe all safety signs.
and stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 23 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, Tatts. Tatts have invested nearly $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Impaja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Telstra, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you are ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Complete Fencing, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Aldebaran Contracting, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Red Centre Technology Partners, Asprint, APJ Concrete, National Australia Bank, High Tech Industries, Thrifty, Centre Pest Management, Alice Traffic Management, Northern Territory Correctional Services.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. These women all bring a wealth of knowledge, experience and passion to the event and broadcast the race to a wider audience. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers. The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are proudly sponsored by Lotus Makeup and Beauty, Desert Wave Surf Shop, Core Art and Designs, Nikki Westover Photography,
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners
Read and observe all safety signs.
and stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
your mates a good value? You should check out venue mode. When the green light is activated, you're on tab turf. So you'll get access to exclusive markets and offers just for heading to your local. Venue mode, only on your Tab app.
Tab. Long may we play.
Times have been tough. Here at Impaja, we want to help our customers get back to business and reconnect with their own customers. Television viewing levels are at an all-time high, so now is the time to reach out through TV. And to make it easy, we offer complete commercial production and airtime solutions tailored to your specific needs. Our advertisers have been advertising with us for years, and that says something. Whether you've used Impaja previously or are new to our station, give us a call. We'd love to help.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners
Read and observe all safety signs.
and stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
They had some sort of audio. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Checking 1 2 1 2 1 2.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners.
Read and observe all safety signs.
And stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
Hello and welcome to the Tatts Finke Desert Race for 2022. I'm Rihanna Crean and I'm absolutely delighted to be hosting this race this weekend, and I'm joined by Keziah Dawn. Keziah, both of us, it's our first time being here at Finke.
Absolutely, and there is just such a great atmosphere here. It's so exciting to get to Alice, get to the Red Centre and see all the action start to unfold. We've got the buggies, the bikes, scrutineering tonight, and it's really a chance for everyone to come and meet the drivers, meet everyone who's getting involved.
Yeah, as you said, tonight we do have scrutineering. You can see behind us people really starting to gather, the bikes, the cars, the buggies. But it's not just about scrutineering and making sure everything's above board. As you said, it's about an opportunity for all of the fans that are here in the Red Centre to get up close and personal, take a photo with the cars, meet the drivers. There's plenty that they can see and do.
Absolutely, and of course you've got the Toby Prices and David Walsh's out here, and it's a chance for people to get nice and close, meet their heroes. But it's also kind of cool because there's a whole different crowd here. There's the Alice crowd, and this is such a huge event. 12,000 people are meant to be coming here for the weekend, so we can only imagine the vibe will be picking up, and it's great for the community.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting to be here this year. Obviously, last year was impacted by COVID. Unfortunately, the Victorians weren't able to be here. In the previous year, in 2020, the race was cancelled altogether. So really, it's the first time since 2019 that we've had a full complement. Everyone from all around Australia is able to be here in the Red Centre for this year's Tatts Finke Desert Race. Now, what are you most looking forward to?
I'm excited to, it sounds terrible for me to say, but I'm excited for a bit of the dirt and the dust and really seeing everyone get into it and have a great time, because this is an event where, you know, you can just chill out, get a little bit dirty, have a little bit of fun, and I'm actually going to be going out to Finke, so I'm going to be all the way out there, getting in and amongst it, and I am so excited for that. But also, you were here yesterday. You were out there last night amongst the crowd as well. What did you enjoy?
Yeah, I was down at the street party last night and I was blown away. Just the sheer amount of people that were in town. Roughly 4,500 people were there at the street party, at the markets, catching up with the drivers and seeing the all-time FMX guys doing their things, doing their stunts. So it was really cool just to walk around town and really soak up the atmosphere. Has anyone told you about what you're going to experience when you get down the other end at Finke?
Look, I've heard stories. I've heard there's going to be 2 other girls, so I'm hoping they can look after me during the day, but I've heard it's a really good crowd. I've heard it's a lot of fun. Everyone's going to be fixing their bikes and their buggies overnight, and I'm excited to see that. You watch it sort of on a feed or on videos, but you never get to be in and amongst it, and it's in the desert. It's going to be freezing. It's going to be an experience. It's something I certainly haven't done before, and I think that's going to be the highlight of my weekend, I reckon.
I really hope you've packed plenty of thermals, plenty of layers. Of course, tonight we have scrutineering. Tomorrow, the prologue. Just run us through what is happening for tomorrow.
So 8 a.m. we've got the cars off and going for the prologue, and then midday we've got the bikes underway as well. And I guess, you know, then racing sort of starts. I haven't really been out here and experienced it, so it'll be really interesting to see how it all goes tomorrow, and then obviously Sunday, Monday as well.
226 kilometres down to Finke, and of course they have to return in order to get that survivor spike, and that's what they're all gaining for here. They want to be on the podium, but of course those guys that are here, guys and girls that are here to wanting to get that survivor spike. We're going to be out amongst it tonight. We're going to be catching up with a few of the drivers, a few of the riders, and just seeing what the vibe is around here, and people that are camping. Of course, as you said, there's up to 14,000 people that are going to be camping across the weekend here in Alice Springs. So very much looking forward to catching up with some people. We're going to let you loose somewhere out there amongst all the fans, and we're going to really bring you all of the action and get you understanding what the vibe is like here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. We also do have a very special commentator with us here this weekend, Josh Graveling. He was here last year. You might have be familiar with his name. And Josh, you've got plenty of work to be doing this weekend.
Yes, I do, ladies. Thank you very, very much for having me here, and welcome to you guys to the Tatts Finke Desert Race for the 46th running of this event. And as you girls said, what a turnout we have here for Scrutineering tonight. As I look out of the commentary box, there is just people packed into this joint. So we are really looking forward to a great event this year. It looks like a lot of our competitors are lining up, getting ready to be scrutineered. The people are going through and getting their transponders, double checking all their safety equipment is right. And it is going to be a great, great year. Some of the competitors that couldn't make it last year due to COVID are here and back this year. So it's going to be very, very interesting. And we are the third round of the Australian Off-Road Championship this year. So we have a couple of people coming in to this event with some big marks on their back. Ryan Taylor, one of them, who's currently leading the Australian Off-Road Championship in his pro buggy, has a pretty big target on his back this weekend. Jake Swinglehurst as well in second, and then you've got Ali Howes in third in the pro light. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these competitors make their way down to Finke when it comes down to the Australian Off-Road Championship side of things, because they're not going to want to hurt their vehicle and hurt their position in the standings. And for a couple of the front runners, such as Ali House's brother, Josh, in the pro buggy, he's quite a way down the list. He's around about 7th in the championship at the moment, which is definitely not a place he's used to being. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the big main competitors who are a bit further down in the Australian Off-Road Championship standings are going to tackle this event this weekend, because you cannot go full leather and not get the car down and not be able to get the car fixed and back to Alice to get that all-important survivor spike. So for the Australian Off-Road Championship side of things, it's going to be very, very interesting. And then for the bikes, well, unfortunately last year we didn't get to finish off day 2 of racing for the bikes. So this year, we have extended our top 20 to a top 30 for Prologue this year. The top 30 bikes each get their lap at the Prologue track, and it's going to be very interesting. You've got David Walsh, the reigning king of the desert, looking to hold on to his title this year. And then you've got Jack Simpson, the person who gave him the most trouble last year down to Finke, and in the prologue, the stadium section of the start of our track at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, he was an issue. So those two, and then you've got Bo Ralston, you've got Rick Ireland, you've got Callum Norton, you've got the Waters brothers, you've got the Jacob Smith in the top 10 as well. So many high caliber names in that top 30. It's going to be very, very interesting. And then for those bike riders that didn't make it back from Finke last year, it's going to be interesting for them in their normal start row grids of 10 for prologue, how they're going to go through the field. So that top 30's going to be set for the first bit, and then it's going to be on for young and old once all the other competitors through all the other classes come through. So it's going to be interesting. I think the eyes of everyone are going to be glued on to the prologue track tomorrow because it really is anyone's game. Talking to some of the local competitors that have been out pre-running, the track is looking quick, but it is a bit heavier. So due to the record rain we've had over the last 12 months here in the Red Centre. So the dust is going to be down, but the dirt is a little bit heavy. So I think David Walsh was predicting around about a minute slower on the bike. And then for our car competitors, it's going to be interesting to see if they can get through. So I'm going to throw to some of our safety messaging for the weekend. Have a look up on the big screen and make sure to follow all of these throughout the weekend.
Which isn't bad either.
Well, I've already found myself two Alice locals. I've got Jason, he's in the driver's seat, and I've got Steve here who's going to trust him with his life. Well, you're going to tell him where to go, but you're going to be trusting him with your life, basically. So I just found out you've done 10 Finke races already.
Yes, yeah, I've done 10. I've been in a side-by-side for the last 4-5 years. I used to do it on a quad. So I started off Finke in a racing on a quad.
And what got you into it? Because that's a decade here.
Well, just something to do, being local. It's always wanted to support the local events and just do that.
And you said you didn't quite get to finish last year, but you're hoping for a better result this year. What are you trying? What's the game plan? How are you going to make that happen?
Oh, we're just going to try and get there as quick as we can, and hopefully nothing goes wrong.
Hopefully as safe as you can as well. Yeah. And Steve, you've got a pretty important role. So how are you feeling heading into it this weekend?
Oh, pretty good. He can pedal the car all right, so we just plod along, and like I said, as long as nothing breaks, we'll get there without any problems.
And what's your relationship? You must be pretty good mates to be doing this together.
Oh, we've both got a bike background, so we've both done multiple Finkes on bikes, so we've stepped up into the car, and yeah, we just got a good partnership going on, and we communicate pretty well.
And in terms of the track, what is your favourite part? Is there a part that's particularly difficult, or where are you going to get a bit more speed? What's the deeds?
Well, we haven't driven the track all year, so we don't get the privilege to go and pre-run because we're still working through the week. We only just knocked off. So yeah, just this part's the best part, just starting.
Good. Well, good on you for getting out here, and good on you for having a go, because it sounds like a load of fun. If I was brave enough, I'd probably jump in, and I think it's a great thing to get together and do on the weekend for the long weekend. We've got some special messages coming up, obviously incredibly important. Look after everyone this weekend and stay safe.
And here we are in probably the busiest place here in Alice Springs for Scrutineering Night for the Tatts Finke Desert Race 2022. I'm in the merchandise tent. I'm sure you can see by the crowd behind me just how many hundreds and hundreds of people are here trying to get their hands on the very elusive merchandise for this weekend. I can see over my shoulder the line to get into this tent is hundreds of metres long. Bring it on, they say, bring it on. And I want to have a quick chat to Jess, who's one of the volunteers. We have up to 300 volunteers that make this event happen. And Jess is one of our volunteers who's working very busy here in the merchandise. Her fingers are going crazy on that. No, you take the money. We need the money. How many jumpers are you buying?
It's for my guys at iGear and Alistronics, so thank you very much, guys.
And you're supporting someone this weekend?
Just the Finke. I'm here to help the volunteers and stuff like that as well, so yeah, it's all.
Enjoy your weekend. Well, we just want your money first and then we're going to speak to Jess. But as you can see, there is people everywhere. I'm really excited to be here, as I mentioned before. It's my first time being at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, and I'm just excited to be amongst all of the people. I was out at the street market last night. 4,500 people were there in the heart of Alice Springs, and it was just so cool. Jess, you've done your work now. You're a volunteer here this weekend. How many years have you been coming to the Finke weekend?
I've done this for about 4 years now, so it's a really great event. I enjoy it. It's the community that comes together, so yeah, I'm just heaps of fun.
And you're obviously here selling the merchandise. What's the most popular item so far?
Several. I think it's just any shirt, any jumper, any rugby. It's just I think they just love the hats as well. It's just everything.
So I can see behind there's the line to get in here is probably a couple of 100 metres long. Are people going to be able to get stuff tonight?
Absolutely. We'll be here until 9 o'clock tonight. So if you miss out by 9, come tomorrow. We'll be here again.
All right, we'll let you get back to it because there's so many people that you need to serve, but obviously all your merchandise is available here tonight at Scrutineering and across the week. There is something for everyone, and make sure you bring some warm stuff because it's going to be freezing this weekend. Josh, what else have you got for us up there in commentary?
Well, it is a little bit warmer up here, Rihanna. I am glad I am up here and not downstairs, freezing like you guys. But it is going to be a great event. Looking at Prologue tomorrow morning with our cars starting first off. Really looking forward to the Method Race Wheels Prologue with outright car winner getting $5,000 for the first place in the Prologue. Outright side-by-side Prologue winner gets $2,500 plus a trophy as well. So big shout out to Method Race Wheels for jumping on board with us again this year for Prologue, and it's great to have them on board and putting up some awesome prize money, wheels and trophies as well over the weekend. So a big shout out to Method Race Wheels as well. A whole heap of cars and buggies and bikes making their way through Scrutineering as we speak at the moment. There is so many cars and buggies. I can't even see all the way down. Like the whole start finish line straight at the moment is full of cars and competitors. So it is great to see all these people back in the Alice. If you haven't been in the Alice in the Red Centre in a while because of COVID and it's opened up, I am welcoming you back. I hope you're enjoying this event so far. It's a ripper event. We've got a heap of action throughout the weekend to go through, and it's going to be very, very fun. Well, one of the girls is caught up with one of the locals, so let's go downstairs and see what they are having a chat about.
All right, well, I found another Alice Springs local. He's the only other NT driver in the side-by-sides this weekend, Rex. You've been around this your whole life. You're a little kid in the 70s, came out here, you're a mechanic by trade. What are you looking forward to this year?
Well, I'll be probably classed as the underdog, I suppose. I'm probably one of the older Can-Ams, so it's still going strong after all these years. And of course, classed as the underdog. That's why they call me Rex, I suppose. But no, out to enjoy another year. I won't be up the front of the field, that's for sure, but I'll be down the back having a lot of fun. And all I've got to do is make it there and back. That's the tradition, so hopefully I'll be there.
You've got to get your spike, and you've been telling about your buggy. It was the first Maverick to be made to compete out here.
Yeah, one of the first models. In fact, when I first bought this one, I told Can-Am I wanted to pull it out of the box and race the biggest Finke desert race in the world. And I did. I pulled it out of a box and raced it. My navigator threw up at the first fuel stop because I didn't know anything about suspension. But Can-Am was good in those days. They helped us out down Finke, fixed it all up, and it's been racing the local club since 2015, so it's done quite well.
Do you want to show us around a little bit of the features and you know, what is the buggy? What is inside? What's all the specs?
Well, it's small. You look around, I'm like the little tiny underdog of the field. This is definitely outsized nowadays, and I'm still just managing to fit in it. But it's got all the safety features, all the air breathers, so you get fresh air, the good safety harnesses, the compliant cams, roll cages and everything. So there's a lot to putting them together, and some of these guys here have got some very, very beautiful machines. This is down the budget field of the races, the Can-Ams and the side-by-side, but as we can see today, it's one of the biggest fields here again, and one of our only two locals, myself and Jason, 681 and 687 are the two local side-by-sides, so we're still hanging in there. So.
And you did tell me before there's a few cool features. There's a special sticker that is a sponsor sticker from your granddaughter.
Oh yeah, this is, she's a Lego fan. She came back from Denmark, from Legoland, and she found there was a Lego feature called Rex Danger Vest, so she's named me that now, and she's put stickers all over my car over it, so she said my personality was similar, but I don't think so.
Well, you've got a bit of racing to do for her this weekend. With that sticker on your buggy, you've got to make her proud. Now, we'll head back up to Josh in commentary. Josh, what else can we look forward to? What else is happening?
Yeah, well, Kiza, there is a heap of going on. I think if you aren't too busy at the moment, I would go and have a look for our Finke ambassadors. They are a great part of this great event, and they are awesome with all the promo. They actually volunteer all weekend, so it's great to have them here this weekend.
It is so nice to run into some familiar faces here at Finke. Warren Laugh, many would know you from the Supercars paddock. This weekend, a very different car and a very different experience for you. Why did you do this?
Look, it was. I actually came here in 2011 as a spectator with Gulf Western Oils, and it was one of those events I just always wanted to do. It was on my bucket list, and when the opportunity came through Walkinshaw Performance this year to not only do this but the whole AORC, I just jumped at the opportunity. So look, we're really looking forward to it. We've spent the last few days pre-running and having a good look at the track, and it's pretty wild out there. So I'm not sure what we've let ourselves in for, but it's an exciting opportunity for both myself and everyone at Walkinshaw Performance.
Now, just run us through your car and the details. It's obviously very, very different to the cars that you're normally racing.
Yeah, look, obviously the VW Amarok that we've got here, we run in the production car class, so it's class 7, so very limited modifications. It's mainly to do with obviously safety and suspension and everything like that. Obviously you can tear all the interior out. It's a little bit different to Toby's truck that we can see over there, so I don't think we're going to sort of threaten them for outright pace out there on the course. But look, we did the first round at St George a few months ago and had an absolute ball. For me, it was probably, I've said to a lot of people, it was probably even harder than some of the stints I've ever done at Bathurst, because the mental concentration, the track changes so much, and even from what we saw doing pre-run to when we get out on the course on Sunday and Monday is going to be very different again. So yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be exciting.
When you got the call to say we want you to jump behind the wheel of a VW Amarok and go do some off-road racing, what were you expecting and how different was it from what you were expecting?
Look, the phone call I first got was, I got the phone call and they're like, look, what do you know about Finke? And I'm like, I'm in. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, whatever you're doing, I'm in. So yeah, look, I've been really pleasantly surprised with the Amarok. As I said, when we rocked up at St George, it was the first time I actually drove the car. So when I lined up on the start line, it was the first time I'd actually driven the car. So for me, it was a massive learning experience. And look, the boys have been working so hard between St George and here to improve the car. And I think we've got a really good package under us. So yeah, excited to sort of do prologue tomorrow, but really looking forward to that run down to Finke on Sunday.
You've been here for a few days, you've done some pre-running. What are you anticipating that are going to be the biggest challenges, or what part of the track might be the toughest?
Look, for us, again, with being in production car class, it's all about running at a pace to look after the car. We don't sort of have the big suspension and everything like that the big boys over there do. So it's just like through the whoops and everything like that. That first 60 Ks of the course looks quite smooth and quite fast. But once we get into the rough stuff, it's all about just kind of watching out for those ditches and anything that can sort of obviously break the car. So it's, again, you're listening to your notes, but you're watching for the track ahead. And again, it's how the track is going to change from pre-run to when we get out there on Sunday, and obviously then the run back on Monday. So yeah, it's a big learning experience for me, but yeah, I'm certainly enjoying the experience.
We can't wait to see what you can do out there all the way to Finke, and I look forward to chatting with you maybe before you take off and hopefully when you're finished.
Definitely, look forward to it.
Thanks, Luffy.
See ya.
Times have been tough. Here at Impaja, we want to help our customers get back to business and reconnect with their own customers. Television viewing levels are at an all-time high, so now is the time to reach out through TV. And to make it easy, we offer complete commercial production and airtime solutions tailored to your specific needs. Our advertisers have been advertising with us for years, and that says something. Whether you've used Impaja previously or are new to our station, give us a call. We'd love to help.
Think your mate's a good value? You should check out venue mode. When the green light is activated, you're on tab turf. So you'll get access to exclusive markets and offers just for heading to your local. Venue mode, only on your tab app.
Tab, long may we play.
I've always kind of been drawn to bugs. I've always wanted a bug, and the first bug I ever got was actually a shell. That sparked the OG bug, and since then, I guess I've never really strayed away from the bug platform, the look, the vibe, the feel. It's just something, I guess, from being from San Diego has always kind of hooked me since day one, and I don't think there's no turning back.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners.
Read and observe all safety signs.
And stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
All right, well, I found myself our 2011 outright winner, Greg. Now, he's brought in some big guns this year. He's been telling me a little bit about his truck. So, Greg, what have you done? You've got American in here to build the car. What have you done to sort of get that victory spirit back?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been racing the Finke Desert Race now for more than 14, 15 years, and we're lucky enough to have some really good help back in the day with Australian mates to build some good Australian trucks and win. In 2011, we won it outright. And from then, we had Rick Geyser from Geyser Trucks in America sort of come through, and he was starting to sell some trucks into Australia, and we got to know Rick quite well. And we got talking, and here we have it. Rick built us a truck in 2017, and here we are. And yeah, we've had some success. We've had a lot of success with it, but the Finke Desert Race can be very, very hard, and it can be very treacherous on the truck. And yeah, we've had some luck and had some not so luck. So
it's definitely tough terrain out there. So American brought in the big guns from America. What's the game plan? How do you make all that come together? How do you make that work, and how do you get a result over the race weekend?
It takes a lot of work back at the shed. It takes so much work, so much preparation. You can't come to this race half organised. You have to be so organised. You have to have a good team, good sponsors, and really, put everything into this race. And like last year, we were probably running third, fourth, and got a flat. You get a flat tyre, you lose 5 minutes, and then it pushes you back down the field. And so you got to have everything going for you, and you just got to give it all.
Do you have a tough part of the track? Is there a part of it that you're particularly concerned about, or that's quite challenging as a driver?
Yeah, there is, and because some of the track can actually just zigzag around, and then you might have a really hard right, and you might be coming in there at 180, and that can come up to you pretty quick. Or the whoops, you might get out of whack in the whoops a bit, and that can certainly put you out of whack, and which we did last year and got a flat. So there is a lot of places on this track that you think you can hold it flat, and bang, something comes up, and it can really, really upset the game plan.
I've heard as well the rain over the last week or so has caused some problems as well. Are you expecting some differences in the track this year, or have you made a bit of a plan for that?
I think some of the sandy section's going to be heavy, and it's still got moisture in there. There's a few wet spots, but they'll be drying out. It won't. I think it'll get back to normal because it's had a lot of bikes on it since the rain, and I think that it'll dry out a fair bit, but it's certainly going to be a fast race.
Well, we all like fast, and we all like it a bit muddy and messy and dirty and dusty and everything else that's out here. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck over the weekend.
Yep.
We've got Dan up in commentary with Josh. You know where he's from, actually?
Yeah, from Off-Road Cartel. So, yeah, Josh and Dan Curran. So, yeah, they're good lads.
He was telling me all about them before. So, Josh, Dan, over to you.
Well, Dan, I don't think I'm the Josh he thinks he's talking about.
No, he's talking about my little brother, Josh, who we are going to have up in the commentary box later. But Deadly Gregley, he is an absolute weapon. I love when he says, what's the plan for the weekend? I know what Greg's going to do. He's going to hold it damn wide open. The guy is an absolute lunatic and knows how to hold that forward on the absolute bopper. So, Greg, it's fantastic to hear those words from you. And I mean, it's going to be one of those years again. We've talked to a few of the truck guys. They're talking about the track conditions. We've been down for a look ourselves. And it's going to be one of those very interesting ones because I'm hearing some very fast reports, guys saying that it's going to be possibly a record year this year, Josh, which is going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. And with that rain that we've had over the last 12 months, it is going to be interesting. As Greg said, with those sandy sections, it may be a little bit heavier, but with the amount of bikes that have been going down the track pre-running, it may just be one of those record years again.
man, I can't get over the people in Alice at the moment. It's just a huge event this year. I mean, it is always a huge event, but you know, the caravan parks are booked, the you know, the showgrounds are packed out. It's just an absolute ripper. And I thought that everyone would be finished. We were down the track probably about 2 o'clock, and there was still guys pre-running and racing down there. And you know, it's every year, and we've been coming a lot of years. Every year I go, man, it's just getting crazier, and the cars are getting crazier, and the bikes are getting crazy. There's more guys that could win it. We started listing off, you know, top positions, and really look at the field down here. We've got it scrutineering here, Josh. Simply amazing. Like the cars, the quality, and mate, I'm going to shout it out. It is awesome that we've got these top level American trucks here. You know, Geysers are over here. They actually flew in today, which is brilliant. But, you know, we've got top level Australian built cars here as well, which is simply amazing. Like as you look through, and then, you know, within that, we've got the trophy trucks, we've got the pro buggies, we've got the pro lights. We've even got a great class 10 arrangement now. Like, look at the side by sides. It's just beyond huge, this event. And, you know, as I look down that starting grid, there's a lot of top contenders there. It's going to be a really great year.
Well, talking of top contenders, Rowner is down with the local favourite for the bikes.
Oh, wow. The poor woman. And a man who needs no introduction here in Alice Springs, David Walsh. So great to see you. You've got a huge line of people who want to grab an autograph and grab a photo. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I mean, nerves are starting to set in a little bit, so, you know, it gets pretty real when we're here. But, yeah, prep's been really good. The bike's amazing, so I'm just looking forward to get on the bike.
I heard a comment from you on a podcast earlier this week, and you said this is the best bike you've ever had for KTM. So just talk us through what's making you feel so confident.
Oh, the motor's really strong. The guys that built it, they're amazing, the boys. And then the suspension, GDR suspension, it's second to none out here. And we've been working really hard on getting the bike set. And yeah, I've never been this comfortable on the dirt bike. So I'm really lucky and looking forward to riding it.
Talk us through your pre-running. How much have you done? What's the track looking like out there?
Yeah, look, we've done the kilometres, a lot of them. I'd hate to know the total amount, but, you know, it's all part of the prep, and the track's looking really good. That little bit of moisture helped a bit, so hopefully there is some dust. Those local lads don't mind dust, but, yeah, it should be good fun either way.
There's plenty of chat about this being, you know, the quickest or quicker than last year. Where are you sitting? Is it going to be, we're going to be expecting those really fast times?
Yeah, I think it will definitely be a fast year. I don't know if it'll be as quick as last year. Just a bit of moisture in the dirt, it's a bit heavier going on the bikes, and it is starting to get a little bit rougher down the other end, which is good to see. But I think it will be close, but I'm guessing a minute or two off last year.
What's the vibe like for you and your family? Obviously, being a local lad, everyone wants a piece of you at the moment. But how do you sort of manage that? And do you love it, or do you just want to shut away?
No, look, I've been very busy with work and things, and then I've got a lot of family flying in, so it's a bit of a madhouse at ours at the moment. But it's all part of the fun, and you know, I wouldn't be here if I didn't love it. So it's definitely good, and yeah, it's good to see family and then everyone that's here now. So it's just an awesome event, and would come back every year for it, so yeah.
And I can't leave this interview without a shout out to your good wife, who's I hear is very heavily pregnant, so she's just a Wonder Woman.
Yeah, look, she does an amazing job, so thanks, babe, sorry.
Sorry that I have to race Fink.
Look, thank you.
Well, we wish you all the best. I'm sure we'll catch up with you again at some point throughout the weekend, and enjoy tonight.
No worries, thanks heaps.
Race 5. Bailey's Burger Joint might not look like much, but it's here where I experience the greatest racing live from across Australia and around the world. With Play Central on the Tab app, you get unlimited access to Sky 1, Sky 2 and Thoroughbred Central. And you can bet whilst you watch, anywhere you like, even with a double patty and a side of fries. The special isn't bad either. Play Central, only on the Tab app.
Tab, long may we play.
That's a disaster. You're clueless. You're fired.
Well, the night is setting in and there is plenty of action happening here at the start and finish line. We've got the buggies out on the track. We've got merchandise. The queues are massive. If we just have a quick look up here, there's a massive queue going into merchandise. There's a DJ here. We've got the Red Bull DJ getting the music going. There's so many people really coming out, having a look, meeting the drivers. We've spoken to a couple of the Northern Territory local guys, the guys from Alice. We're hoping to get out and meet a few of the others as well, but there's plenty to do, plenty of music, lots of fun, plenty of merch to buy. And we're just time to get amongst it, get rugged up. It's getting chilly. I know my hands are starting to freeze, but it is that time of night where we can celebrate and enjoy and get Finke Desert Race started. And another local rider, someone who's very familiar, he just told me this is about his 7th race here at Finke, Luke Hayes. It's so cool to be back here, and you are under a pretty cool umbrella this year. What's it like to be back with KTM?
Absolutely, yeah, just a blessing to be involved with these guys again this year, and you know the equipment's great, and yeah, just really looking forward to pinning my ears back and making the most of the weekend.
What's the feeling like right now as we sit here for scrutineering? You've still got, a few hours before you really get to, show your stuff. I mean, what's the feeling like for you? Are you nervous or excited, or how do you go about it?
There's always some nerves. I think a little bit it's healthy. It shows you really care about what's going on. But in saying that, as I've done a few of these now, you sort of start to take it in your stride a bit better, and the apprehensions there, like you sort of, there's a bit of tension in the air. But in saying that, like, it's all fun, and I love seeing everyone out here, and it kind of takes your mind away from, the scariness of it all. But no, just it sort of gets better with time, really.
And talk us through the pre-running that you've done in preparation for the weekend.
Yeah, so plenty of Ks up and down the track, basically as much as we can with the time that we've got. The last few months have been really busy, so aside from work and stuff, like any spare minutes pretty much dedicated to this weekend. So yeah, we've sort of capitalised with what we've got, and looking to make the most of it.
And as a local, give us some insight about how the track's changed. I know at the start of the year there was lots of rain, and there was a lot of talk about how poor the track conditions were, but how's it evolved, and where is it looking now?
Yeah, so the track is certainly a little rougher than it was last year. The bit of rain around at the start of the week with the addition of all the people here and all the traffic, it's definitely formed up nicely. Still very, very fast, especially compared to a few years ago. So, we had monumental rain earlier in the year, which sort of changed some of the terrain, and they've had to mitigate a few things there. So, yeah, it's all forming up really well, but it'll be rough, but I feel like that sort of plays into our wheelhouse a bit better.
And talking about prologue, I mean, for you, how do you attack that day?
You really just got to give it 110% for a short window. It's a funny sort of situation you find yourself in, because it's such a small percentage of time spent on the bike for the whole weekend, but it's very important. So yeah, you really got to go out there and really go hammer and tong for that one lap.
And for you guys, I mean, what are your strengths on the Finke race? I mean, for the 226Ks, I mean, where are you guys going to really show your form?
I feel like, the bike is superb and it goes quite fast. So, we try to be as all-rounded as best as possible. But in the big whoops and stuff, I find that's where I'm probably able to maximise everything out of the bike. And then, just, track knowledge and basically knowing where not to back off.
Well, we wish you all the best for the weekend. You've got plenty of people that want to meet you and get your autograph and have a photo, so we'll leave you to it. But thanks so much for chatting. Good luck for the weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Well, Dan, look at that backdrop. Look how many vehicles there are on that start-finish line, and that's not all of them. There's more.
No, there's plenty still rolling in, getting through scrutineering. There's a decent lineup. But amazing, like just the vibe down here at the moment. You know, again, we saw those footage of the Red Bull Archers are there to start off with, but we got the Red Bull Archer and the DJ down there, and you know, it's plenty of action here at Scrutineering in Finke, in Alice Springs, and honestly, the weather's beautiful. It's jumper weather, not Ugg boot weather, and we're all having a great time here at Scrutineering. Again, we've got those lovely Finke ambassador girls, and you know, it's great to see all those partners and everything. I saw the Method ad there before too. Those guys coming on board as the, you know, for the prologue, and it's just such a brilliant event that everyone's getting behind. And wow, I am excited about this weekend. We're up here in the commentary box talking about our list. We've got all our motorbikes, and we're just talking about the top 30 from last year. There's also people like Triggy and that with, you know, they had issues last year, and, you know, mate, you could throw a blanket over those guys. There's so many high quality competitors in the motorbike class, and they're all on good machinery. Again, we talked to Walshy before there, and that's an amazing story. Like Colton Udall, you know, was only a couple of years ago. He's the 1X Honda rider for the Baja team, you know, was the biggest, baddest guy, come over here and just couldn't believe that he got flogged by a guy that was driving nails on Tuesday. I didn't want to say Monday because he was racing on Monday, but had to go to work and be a builder, you know, like that's the level out here and the locals out here. It's a locals race, and mate, here I'm probably going to get flamed for this. I'm a car guy, I race cars, but this is a motorbike race. The Finke Desert Race is all about the motorbikes, all about the competition, all about that. And again, it's just got great stories surrounding it, stories where people are talking about, you know, how did they get here? You know, we talked about Paul Wheel. He flew a car in. You know, Bo Robinson, his new Mason truck is on the start grid here. It landed in Sydney on Tuesday, and it is here in Alice Springs. They drove it for the first time on, it must have been Wednesday afternoon, you know. Like, how crazy are the stories about getting to Finke? Again, there's great races all across Australia, and there's lots of great stories all across races, but for some reason, Finke just keeps drawing us back, doesn't it?
It does. It just keeps bringing us back in. It is pretty much seen as the Bathurst of the off-road community in the sense. It is a massive, massive thing. So
yeah, it sure is. And talking about that, we've got Keziah here, one of our future racers. Let's throw over to her.
All right. I found little Jake. Sorry, that caught us off guard a little bit. We were just talking about how it's Jake's first time, it's my first time, and Jake's out here looking at the cars, but you've got one special driver that you're supporting here this weekend.
Oh, it's my friend Ivan Long. He's number 27 and he's in the bike class.
And I heard he gave you this jacket as well.
Yeah, we did when we were at, what's the name? Oh, I forgot the name of it. It was in Alice Springs, and he just came around and gave it to us.
That's pretty special. Now, you're here as a spectator, you're watching, but do you reckon you want to race in this one day?
Oh, yeah, when I'm at the right age and I've got all the stuff, yeah, I reckon I will.
Would you be a buggy or a bike rider?
I reckon I'll be a bike rider, just follow up from what I have in the past.
So you already ride bikes?
Yeah.
What kind of bike?
A 2022 model KX65 Kawasaki.
That is pretty technical, and I think Dad just yelled out as well that you already race.
Yeah, I race in the Thumper series.
That is pretty epic for a kid your age, but you've also got another pretty cool story, which I think we'll just quickly tell. You're here with an injury because of rugby.
Yeah, I was filling in for my brother's team, my brother Sam right here. And it was under 8s, and I was running down the field, and they had a professional game on that night, and they didn't want to rub out the try line with the cones because you had to like put them all the way down. And he went down, and I'm like, oh, it's there? And I trip over him and just land funny and break my clavicle.
That is terrible, but I'm so sorry to say to your dad, it's probably the first of many injuries if you've got a future Finke superstar here. Plenty more happening tonight. We'll get more of the action soon.
And from one family to another, we know how much family is important here at Finke, and I have the Van Vliets here with me. You might recognise some of their faces. Mitch, this is the first year you tell me that all 4 brothers are racing at Finke. I mean, whose idea was this?
When entries opened, for some reason we all just entered, and it's the first year they haven't had quads, and we're a quad riding family, and so we're like, oh, if they're not going to have quads, we'll blend in and just ride the two-wheelers, and so we'll give it a crack on that.
And Cooper, just tell me, how many years have you guys as a family been involved in Fink and been coming to this event?
I think we tried to work it out the other day. It was probably 12, 13 or 14. 2011. 2011. That's the first one that we did. And I'm pretty sure the only year that we missed was the year that COVID sort of cancelled everything. But yeah, between then and now, at least one of us has been there for the event every year. So yeah, this time is the first time that we've done all four.
Very stressful for your poor mum. Now, Jake, are we a competitive family?
Yeah, a couple of us more than others, but yeah, Harry and I like to just have a bit of fun with each other, and a couple of these boys are a bit more competitive, but we know how to get under each other's skin, but at the end of the day, we know how to have fun. So yeah.
And Harry, just tell me, firstly, who's going to win out of the four of you?
I'll smoke all of them. All of these.
And talk to me about logistics. I mean, how does this all work? How do we get 4 bikes here? How do we get enough mechanics? How does this happen?
It's a logistical nightmare, and that's the best way to put it. We're all family, like we all yell and scream, and Mum hates it when we yell and scream, but it's how we get stuff done, I guess. Yeah.
And who's in charge if things go wrong?
Oh, I'll always get the blame, so Cooper's usually in charge, but he gets it wrong.
The youngest?
Yeah, I'm the youngest, yeah. Mitch is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we blame you for things going wrong.
Even if it's got nothing to do with me, I'm always the one that gets blamed, so.
And just quickly tell me, what's preparation been like? How much pre-running you've been able to do?
I've done next to nothing because we did the freestyle street party, so I was busy worrying about riding my quad and backflipping my quad. So I've done next to nothing, but I've done it. This is going to be my 8th time, so I should remember most of the track. It should be fine.
Thank you guys for chatting with us. Have a fantastic weekend. Good luck. No fighting between you.
Thank you.
I love it, mate. How good was it that he looked at me all in the eyes and said, I'm going to smoke all of you? I love that essence, and that is brotherly love, isn't it, when the boys are out there having a good run. And mate, the fact that I was down that street party flipping a quad bike over his, oh man, that was nuts. My kids were going off. They just loved it. So great work, boys, and we'll be cheering you on down the track. It'll be a great time. So, and it is cool that the quadcast is so, quad class is so full of great competitors too. There's another class that, often doesn't get a lot of love, but I tell you what, they're out there battling and they're working, and this is going to be a good year for those guys. They're going to have a good run on the quad, so it's going to be great. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. And again, the family racing, that's what I like to see. There's plenty of families that are racing out in the car classes as well, which is always exciting. Swinglehursts are out there, the Taylor families, they're not racing against each other, but there's a lot of family blood, isn't there, out here at Fink? And, guys, they're either crewing or, helping or doing bits and pieces even. Mum's cooking. That's, bacon and egg burgers in the morning. You got to fill them bellies up.
Yeah, it's all about the family, and especially when it comes to the local side of things, and especially when it comes to the people that travel with their families as well, because you've got such a big group of people that you are moving. It's not just the bikes, it's not just the people, it's everyone. You've got families, you've got kids, you've got cousins, you've got everyone. So this event I love because it brings everyone into to the center of Australia, and just we're all here for one common love, and that is going quick on one of the sketchiest off-road.
Well, I like the word iconic. It's the most iconic, because that is something that's interesting. I found a huge change, Josh, in the last couple of years. We have a number of American friends that we interact with over the course of the years, and probably 2010 or so, like things started coming about. And I mean, it's always been a fantastic race. I've known about it for years as a motorbike rider growing up. It was the crown jewel in Australian racing, but the Americans didn't really know about it. But now it's the sort of race that people are just leaning into. They're getting excited about. I was actually talking to Bo Robinson. I hope I'm not letting any secrets. There's actually a Dirt Bags podcast out there that he was chatting to us on, and he was having a bit of a chat about how many people were interested, and he was talking numbers upwards of 30 that had been contacted him about running a truck as a rental type arrangement, to come to Fink. And these are all big names. I can't say any names, I don't think, but big names American teams, like the likes of McMillan's, Robbie Gordon. They all talk about it now. We had Harley Lettner over a couple of years ago, and I just see more and more eyes on the Tatts Finke Desert Race, and that's only a good thing for our sport, mate.
Well, it definitely is. It is such a progressive sport as well. It's growing and growing and growing. And as you say, with the Americans wanting to come over as well, some Australians want to go over to America as well, as you can see with that team as well. So we're going to go and talk to Jodie now downstairs and see what she has to offer.
That's right. I'm joined by Jodie Allen, and she's driving the buggies. It's her 5th year, and I'm so impressed because you're the first girl I've come across, first female driver I've spoken to tonight. So tell us how you got into it.
Oh, basically about 5 years ago, I sort of saw it and was like, looks like a heap of fun. So yeah, why not give it a go?
And you were saying no racing history, not from a racing family. So how'd you get started?
Again, not from a racing family. No, we just sort of, like I said, came out to watch the motorbikes and saw the cars do it and was like, let's give it a go.
So talk us through your team. Who helps make this happen for you?
Myself and my navigator. That's it, pretty much, just the two of us.
No mechanics, no big team back at camp to help you get all going? And
no, all the mechanics are back at work on the Sunshine Coast. So yeah, it's just the two of us.
That's insane. That blows my mind, and that is what this is all about. This makes me so excited. So what is the trick for you? What's the key come this weekend?
The key for us this weekend is just to be consistent and just take the race as it goes.
And your navigator, you got a lot of faith in him?
Have to have heaps of faith in my navigator, yes. I should listen to him more, but I don't.
Look, often females, we don't always listen to men. We think we know better. Yeah, it's a common mistake. But so excited for you this weekend. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
I hope it goes well, and I hope I see your name at the finish line.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Absolutely. Plenty more action happening. We're going to keep wandering.
And the line for Toby Price just keeps growing and growing and growing. I'm sure you can see all the people around me who just want a little piece of Toby Price. They want an autograph. They want a photo. We're going to very rudely interrupt you in a minute, Tobes. So these boys just want to get their autograph. What's your name, bud?
Braden.
Braden. And what's your name?
Samuel.
And who are you here to see?
Toby.
Obviously. We're just going to try grab a quick chat. The man in demand this weekend, and was there last night at the street markets. Very popular this weekend in Alice Springs.
No worries, guys.
Can we for a couple of awesome to see you. We actually haven't even had a chat, so hi.
Yeah, it's good to see you finally. So, yeah, it was a busy night last night in the street party, but, yeah, the reception has been unreal. So it's always a busy time out here at Finke, but we love it, and the environment here is unreal. So I'm excited for the race.
When did you and the team lob in Alice Springs?
We got in here last Thursday. So, yeah, we've been doing a bit of pre-running down the track and just getting all our notes and everything all dialed in, and took the truck out on Wednesday to make sure the final shakedown was good. And, yeah, I think we're ready for the race, and we'll see what the weekend brings.
I'm sure the people have been following along on your vlogs, on your YouTube, but the car, the trophy truck, has had a nice freshen up with the engine and a few nicer things for this year.
Yeah, it's it. It's basically all a fresh, brand new engine. So, unfortunately, we had that little bit of drama last year. So, fingers crossed, we have a good run this year and we can stay full gas the whole way. So, it's yeah, it's good. It's the Friday night's getting busier here, and the line never seems to die down. So, we've got a long way to go. But yeah, we're keen, and tomorrow's the office.
You've been playing out there, doing some pre-running. You've had your bike, you've had the truck, you've had the Can-Am, you've had it all out there. What's the track looking like?
Yeah, look, it's nice to actually get a little bit of moisture in the track, but the last couple of days I think it's starting to get dry and dusty again. So prologue's super important tomorrow, and yeah, we'll just see what we'll definitely be going full gas and see what it brings.
What do you love about coming here for Finke and Springs?
Like this here, all the people, the atmosphere, it's crazy. It never dies down, and it's something in this red dirt out here that just seeps in the skin, and you can't get it out. So it's exciting times, and we're yeah, ready for the race. So yeah, tomorrow's a big day.
Awesome chatting to you. Good luck for the weekend. I'm sure we'll catch up before you get going. I'm going to leave you because there's literally hundreds of people that want to speak to you. So thanks, Tobes.
Appreciate it.
He's such a legend, is he? Like, he's just such a down-to-earth guy. He's just a good Aussie bloke racing dirt bikes and now, racing the trophy trucks and that. I think it's interesting to have, like, he was talking about his prep and his program, and I mean, he is the man out here. There's no question about that. But, like, it's interesting. He works on his own truck, like a lot of people probably think that he's got a team of, Red Bull technicians around him. It does look quite fantastic when he's cruising around out here. But, that guy, he spins spanners. He changes brake pads. He's doing hubs. I was talking to him the other day, and, they were in the middle of, like, literally fixing front end things and doing bits and pieces, and so it's cool that a guy at that level and at that competition. It's also important to realize that all of these guys out here are also, good shed mechanics. They're all good guys that do a lot of their own work. And Toby, and then the other one I love seeing is Jody Allen. I mean, obviously from the Clayton's crew, they've got their 7-mate stuff that they used to do, and it's always great to watch that, but they deserve a medal. That is production four-wheel drive. And again, don't walk past those guys because they've got, the stock suspension pickups. They've got the, all the rules that they've got to contend with. And when you're talking about, knee-deep whoops down at Bonduma, and they're working their way through in what is essentially a modified four-wheel drive, an FJ Land Cruiser, Jody Allen is no joke, and she's been doing the Australian Championship for a long time now. And, she's one of those great ones, and there's a good crew of Queenslanders that all came out of a Land Cruiser Mountain Park era, as I, rest in peace, the old race in the Land Cruiser Mountain Park. It's changed to a nature reserve, which is not exactly what it was back in the day, but Land Cruiser Mountain Park was just a strength of off-road races out of the central. Well, Billy Geddes comes from that era. Sean Swaffield comes from that era. There was guys, Clayton Chapman, there was a ton of them. All the Chapmans used to race Pajeros back there, and then to see what they've done in the Australian off-road scene. And, there's a place that Class 7, Clayton actually came from there. And I was lucky enough to see gentleman Jeff Pickering doing a little bit of pre-running. He was actually down there in his registered Pajero. And, mate, we're doing 110 on that new bitumen section. Again, if any police are listening, that's the legal limit. He was passing us, and for it is a production Pajero now, and that means stock bottom end. Like you can only modify the heads and tune it up. It's got stock gearbox, stock pickup locations. Like, mate, they make me a bit concerned to go in that class. To be honest, those guys are so fast, and ladies, as we saw Jody. So huge shout out again. Don't walk past any of those. I use this, limited class. Don't walk past them. Check them out because they've got some very cool modifications, some suspension, all the good stuff. But the other thing that I love is that there's so many great classes down there. Class 10 is a class that's really kicking off as well. I see Bentleys. We're talking about families that race before. Can't brush over the Bentleys. Father and the kids all racing. That brand new, well, it's almost brand new. I suppose it's getting a few years on it now, but the Class 8 truck, four-wheel drive trophy truck. How cool is that? And we've got a few four-wheel drive trophy trucks this year. See, the more I talk to you, Josh, the more I get excited about some of the cars down on the starting gate there. Phil Lovett is in a four-wheel drive trophy truck. Like, how crazy is that going to be? That's actually the ex-Comiskey four-wheel drive truck. They've made it compliant because it was actually a turbo V8 big block powered car. They ran it at the Don River Dash just as a exhibition class, and Phil Lovett said, "I need that in my life," and has gone that way. And it's very interesting to see that, the things that are happening there in that class. We had a great chat to a few of the teams, about the requirements for four-wheel drive trucks. Is it something that's going to take over Australia? It seems like it's very strong in America, but at the moment, two-wheel drive trucks are great. And we had Rob McCachran just the other day in the Baja 500, won it in an old, and it was old for the time, two-wheel drive trophy truck at Geyser. So, it's going to be an interesting game here because, again, we did have a chat to Bo on the Dirtbags podcast just the other day, and actually it was up to now. It's up right now. So if you're interested, have a listen to that. But the moral of the story was that he was talking about it in, the progression. We used to, like, if you had a Jimco A-arm or a Porter with a decent V8, you were ahead of the game. And now that's looked at as I don't want to use the word antique, but, it's an older class car. Whereas, these continue, what are we going to see in 20 years, Josh? What are we going to be able to look at and drool over at Fink when we're talking Fink 2042, and I'm hoping that I'm still here, mate. I'm hoping that I'm still out here racing and racing. Gee, there's something I haven't done for a couple of years, but anyway, mate, everyone will rib me about that. But, back when we raced in the old days, and, but, again, you look down these classes and the cars, and sure, there's the big names, but there's also, the guys out here with their family having a crack in a 10 car. Even some beam cars out there, mate. We talked to Michael Zacher, Mikey's Shock Shop, the other day, and he was talking about, make a beam class car, competitive again and get some cars out of sheds and how good that'd be. And mate, I just see that this sport is growing and growing and growing, and Fink is one of the primary leaders from that. Because again, it blows me away when we first came out. We rode it in 2010 as a couple of amateur rookies, and you sort of cruised around our little sleepy central Queensland town of Yeppoon, where us local boys are from. But you said Fink, no one knew what it was, even the guys that were four-wheel drive guys. And now, if you'd be hard pressed to walk down the street and say, if you say Fink to even a 50-year-old a lady, a lovely lady, of course, like 50-year-old lady, they'd be like, yeah, I've heard of Fink. More so, they've probably heard of Toby Price, to be honest. If only that guy'd get in a fast car like a buggy. Hey, mate.
Yeah, well.
Did you say yeah? Okay, I like that answer. Yep.
Well, it's interesting with Toby and the way he has ridden the bikes here so dominantly throughout the years, and having that, we went from Ben Grabban dominance to Toby Price.
Yeah,
both KTMs.
Oh,
and then he came through and decided, well, why not do the double?
Yep. Oh, I think the crossover era was absolutely amazing. That 2010 through to 2015, where they were jostling for position. I mean, it was Price came in 2010, then Grabbo, then Price, then Grabbo. They were fighting it back and forth, and it was just it was an era of amazing. And don't get me wrong, again, we've talked about it. The era now is as good as it's ever been. But with Toby, and then the other thing that is amazing about that is the track knowledge. I remember catching up at him at back in the day in town, and I think this was like 2014 or something when he was still riding. He said that conservatively they were estimating on their KTMs they were putting 8,000 kilometers pre-running on them. So, and they'd done it a number of times, and so he's up somewhere near the 100,000 kilometers on this track, if not more, because again, he sort of indicated that the maths that they were working on about 100 and 105k average, and his statement was that was a little bit lazy on it, so he thought that he was a bit quicker than that, and he proves time and time again he is. So there's so many great stories there that are so interesting in an era that, and even for KTM, it was such a development era. Like I remember the stories there that they were sending motors back over the data loggers of Grabbo and Toby's bike. And, they were sending it back to KTM, and they were actually reading the data saying, this isn't possible. You guys can't be riding them this hard for 2 hours. But they are. Well, not even 2 hours. It's an hour, 49 or hour 50. So, no, simply amazing there. And these guys, they deserve accolades, the bike guys. And, we've got, again, we've talked about this list, mate. There's heroes up and down that list that are just, they're as fast, if not faster. And the sport is ever evolving.
So many champions throughout this field, so many past winners throughout this field, and a lot of them trickled throughout the field down on the start-finish line. We're going to throw down to the start-finish line now and talk to a couple more of our competitors.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 23 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, Tatts. Tatts have invested nearly $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Telstra, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Complete Fencing, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Aldebaran Contracting, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Red Centre Technology Partners, Asprint, APJ Concrete, National Australia Bank, High Tech Industries, Thrifty, Centre Pest Management, Alice Traffic Management, Northern Territory Correctional Services.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. These women all bring a wealth of knowledge, experience and passion to the event and broadcast the race to a wider audience. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers. The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are proudly sponsored by Lotus Makeup and Beauty, Desert Wave Surf Shop, Core Art and Designs, Nikki Westover Photography.
More audio issues, the fun of broadcasting from the centre of Australia. Now I'm joined by husband and wife, Amy and Jack. Their car's from Darwin and actually recognise them from being up there as well. Pretty cool story. You've been here for 4 years now. You haven't finished yet, but you're hoping this year is the year.
Yeah, 100%. We're just going to go for our leisurely drive. Sorry, there and back. Yeah, hopefully just make it.
Leisurely, but I've heard the terrain's pretty rough. Do you have a tough part out there, or is there a tricky? What's the challenges of the Finke Desert Race?
Definitely the terrain, I guess, but mainly maintaining a speed, staying in your own head and in the game, that sort of thing, I guess.
The dust can be a bit tricky, definitely. I would say the first 100 Ks out because you're all amped with that adrenaline, and then you kind of ease into it after that. Last year we hit a tree, getting a bit excited, blew a tyre, so hopefully we'll just take it easy in that section this year.
So you're the navvy, you've got to make sure he doesn't hit a tree this year.
Yes, that's right. I'll be using my hands to keep us on track, less at the left and right because I can get that big mixed up, but you can never mistake the hand.
And what got you guys into it? Because you started it together, married couple. There's a few stories like that out here. But yeah, what sparked the drive?
I don't know. We both just love having fun, going fast. I didn't want to wait at the start-finish line for him, so I thought I'm getting in the truck, definitely. He can't have all the fun himself.
Well, I love this. This is a lot of fun. You've got sponsors on board. There's no Auto One in Darwin, but you've got Auto One on board nationally, which is awesome. Awesome for the sport. And as you were saying, you get to race amongst, the big dogs. So who are you excited to go up against?
Of course, there's pretty much everyone class 4. Like, it's just incredible the field, and there's so many amazing people throughout it. So yeah, no, definitely not naming names.
There's a lot of former King of the Deserts in our class. It can be a bit intimidating.
Well, I'm excited to see you go. I'm going to keep wandering. I've seen a few families, a few really cool stories. I'm excited to keep going.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners.
Read and observe all safety signs.
And stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
Now this is really cool. This is a fancy family here, the All Ports. They're from Crookall, New South Wales. I know that because I'm from close by. Paul, everyone's here. Your kids, nieces, nephews, even granddad.
Yep, they are. All come along for the trip. I hope to see how we go this weekend.
Awesome. And how are you expecting to go? Who's driving? Who's in the Navy's seat? What's the game plan?
Well, mine's a single seater, so I'm doing all the driving. I just basically want to get there and back and see how we go and finish the weekend in a decent sort of position.
And your wife, she must get pretty nervous watching him out there. We'll go chat to her. What do you do to make sure he's got a good weekend?
Just support him in everything that he needs, make sure the car's got everything that's ready to go, and that his family's here to support him as well. Yeah.
Lots of love when he heads out. Kids, what's your names?
Tegan, Reese.
And what do you think of Dad getting out there and racing Fink?
Well, I'm really proud of him.
I love that.
Not everybody's dad does these kind of things. It's just...
And how long have you been supporting him? How long has he been in racing? What's the stories?
As long as I can remember.
He used to run meetings in Crookall, so the whole family used to run them. So yeah, it's great to be here to actually run the Fink. Something we always said that we're going to do, and here we are.
Well, I'm so excited. Paul, you've got to go race for crew. Good luck this weekend. For your sake, I hope he comes home in one piece, safe and sound. Plenty more happening around the place tonight.
Well, Dan, as a former competitor, I'd like to get a little bit of insight on that first 10K of track.
Oh, very difficult, particularly if you don't qualify well. Qualify is going to be one of the keys here. It always has been. I'm not going to sugarcoat that.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you're outside of the, say, the top 20, it's going to be very dusty. I mean, obviously, as we all talked, it might be a little bit better this year, but they always say that, and then it's still horrendous. The track sort of runs, and I remember one of the years we run it, and it was very, very dusty. Again, probably say that every year, but you're basically looking at the tops of the trees for markers to try to drive through and navigate your way through. Now that might be something different. I'm showing I've got a few greys in the beard and that because we didn't run GPS in those days. That might be a really big advantage that we've got now. I see a lot of the guys. I was actually talking to Heath Lawson from the Kent Battle team. In that new Element Pro buggy that they've got, they're going to be a great team. They were out there with Alan Cornick. Marking on some of these new iPad, they're all running iPads in their car these days and GPS systems. And, he was telling me about some of the interesting facts that you can set it up through your intercoms now, all Bluetooth feed and that. So it'll actually tell you, and it's all GPS marked. And some of this technology is simply, mind-blowing what they've got. It's sort of the stuff of dreams a few years ago. But, that's going to be something that's interesting. But, and it's always been a big but, does that then mean that you're going to push harder in the dust where you really can't see? that's something that's going to, if there's an unknown or a tree down or something like that, and you run into it in an A-arm buggy, tear the side out of that thing real quick. We've seen plenty of cars in the first 20. Can't remember what year it was. It was a couple of years ago now where, one of those first 20-kilometre tracks, there was 3 or 4 cars off to the left there through the trees, and they'd all ripped arms off and wheels off. So, that's something that they're definitely going to have to be wary of. And again, it shows again, it's going to be one of those things that everyone's doing their homework. Everyone's looking at the prologue track. Again, if you're, not local, there's options to ride that track on a mountain bike, or you can walk around it, make notes, and have a look. Lots of these guys have been out here early doing their homework. We were talking to Bo Robinson before again, and Toby's in the same boat. He's been up here a couple of weeks, but Bo basically came from Pooncarie and came straight up here. It's been set up and working and sorting out those truck issues and all the other things that are going on. Pre-running, big game changer obviously has always been that, it's only been the last couple of years that the car guys could get their side-by-sides recreational regoed, and that makes them legal to go down that track and do that pre-running. So, now instead of doing it in the, the Pajero or the Prado or whatever, which is very difficult, you're doing 30 or 40 Ks, you're working your way down there, not really at anything like race pace. Nowadays you can do that. So I don't know if that answered your question exactly, but I hope you gave you some insight into, particularly in the vehicles, because I've actually done it on a motorbike too. I know I don't look like it, team, but I have ridden a motorbike before, and I was pretty quick back in 2010. I think I beat Ben Grabham. I know that's not well known. Most people did beat Ben Grabham that year, but anyway, long story. Grabbo's a complete legend and one of my heroes, no doubt, when I was riding dirt bikes. So 2010 was a rough year. They blew a motor up. But anyway, long story is that, it's the same for the bike guys. Once you get outside that single grouping and, those first off the line, it's going to be a bit of a battle to work through the dust, to work through. But I think one of the keys, I don't know if I'm talking to anyone out there, but, we've got prologue tomorrow, particularly if you're in the motorbike or like, the limited class cars. There is no point throwing it away for another 5 positions. If if you're looking at 100th or 95th, I think you're going to do much the same. It's going to be very interesting. One thing that I noticed when I rode is, we lit up, and I was very much a mid-pack rider, so I'll prefix it with that, but we took off on the line, and, there was guys that obviously were much faster than me that had qualified worse than me. They passed me like I was standing still, but the flip side was I worked my way through the pack as well. So it was interesting because I think whilst prologue is something that, I don't want to use the word necessarily, it's a great event. Like, I love prologue. It's a hive of activity, and it's well worth having. One of those things is to not put all your eggs in that basket. You know what I mean? Like, here you go. Anyone that's been looking for a while, 2013, we put all our eggs in that basket. We drove for about 6 kilometres before we spectacularly binned it on a corner over there. And, that was we didn't do very well that year, as you can no doubt imagine. So I guess what I'm telling you guys is that, you pick your battles here at Finke. It is a sprint race. It has been touted as a sprint race, but, like, if you're on the side of the track at the 40K mark, you're definitely not winning. So, the same deal with the guys. Hopefully you've had the chance to have a bit of a pre-run on the motorbikes and have a look down and, just work your way down that track, guys, because this Finke Desert Race, it's one that just keeps giving. I was actually 20 Ks from home on the way back, got into a little battle with a guy on a CR 450F and thought I was having a great time, and then I actually put it in the dirt and I went, "Oi, Dan, you got to wake up to yourself, mate. You're almost home and you're starting racing people you shouldn't be racing." So, that's something to think about, and it's one of the joys of this race, the technical and the lead. So it's going to be very interesting. So I do think that it's going to be a great year, and I think that the way the track is now, the guys, again, the event has always been working with teams to make it better, to service the track, to, they've done, in the last couple of years, they've moved it away from the road to give us that spectator safety, which is going to be that important. Again, you'll hear it non-stop over the weekend, and I'm pleading with you guys from a commentator's point of view too. We love this race. We want you to be safe. Think about where you are. Think about where your kids are. Again, it'll sound like a beaten drum, but I'm telling you that that's something that, Finke is very big on. We've been talking to all the committee members, and they're very, very focused on it this year, as they have been many, many years, just to clarify. Yeah. But I think that that's going to be one of those things that, it's going to be a great year with the track the way it is.
Yeah, it's going to be great, and we've got a great story now down with one of our girls for a great cause.
And there is more to this story than just racing down to Finke. There's plenty of families and things that mean a little bit more than racing. And I'm here with the Miller team. Eva Miller, talk to me about your story and what's so important for Finke for you guys.
Okay, well, thanks, Ree. We're here raising funds for kids' cancer, brain DIPG in particular, which is diffuse intrinsic pontine glioma. And that happens to young children. When they're diagnosed, they have between 6 to 9 months to live. Once your child is diagnosed, that's it. You know, that child is going. We raised a lot of money for Challenge, and in excess of $25,000. And now we're doing our own thing. We're a registered not-for-profit charity. So we're raising funds for kids. We've actually donated to our first DIPG child a couple of months ago. So, and that's what we're doing. We're just raising money, racing off-road for little children that are diagnosed with DIPG.
It's such a tragic story, and this is so close to your heart because it was your family.
It's my little girl. She was diagnosed when she was 4 years old. We lost her when she was 6. And her dad passed away a year and a half ago, so it's very bittersweet.
I'm so incredibly sorry to hear your story, but the shining light is that you're doing this wonderful work and raising much needed funds for such an important cause. And just tell me about the people that are here with you this weekend.
Okay, so I've got my 2 kids and my son-in-law, cousin Benny. We've got our riders here, Brody and Corey. He's a good friend of ours, and Andrew, Alex's dad, and Jace here. He's raced for us a few times. So, yeah, we've got a really good network of people helping us out. They're doing it for the kids too.
It's such an important cause. Jason, I might just go to you. You've raced this race a couple of times now, and what's so important for you to make sure you keep coming back here?
This is my 3rd time doing it, and I met Eva and Andrew in 2016, and they sort of helped me and guided me out at Finke. So beautiful family, and just to be a part of it and keep coming back, helping, supporting, it's a really big thing.
And just talk to me about your preparation and any of the pre-running that you've done up to this weekend.
Yeah, I've done about 250k pre-run. Just to try and learn the track and get comfortable. It changes on race day, so you just have to take it as it comes.
We wish you the best. Now, Eva, just tell us, where can we support your cause and how can we get involved?
Okay, we have a Facebook page, Racing for Alex. We also have a website, Racing for Alex, and all our details are on there as well. But by all means, come down and see us here. We've got pamphlets to give away. We've got all the information you need on them too.
Thank you so much, Eva. Thank you, everyone here racing for Alex. So if you want any more information or would like to donate some money, come down and say hello to the family, wish the riders good luck, and we wish them all the best for this weekend.
Thanks, Ree.
Good evening, everybody. Anthony Yoff is my name, and I'm president of the Finke Desert Race Club. And it's my pleasure this evening, as we do each year, to announce our Volunteer of the Year, or as we call it, our Finke Hero. We have 340 volunteers that participate throughout this event, from here at the start line on a Friday night to down the track at various fuel stops, to in the air in helicopters, and to the Finke checkpoint and the sweeps and recovery. Without those volunteers, you simply wouldn't have an event. And each year we honour one of those who has been a long-term volunteer and who has gone over and above. And we've been presenting this award since 2005, and this year our recipient for the Finke Hero, our Volunteer of the Award, Year of the Award, it's been a long week, is a couple who have been long-term volunteers for this event. They've both previously competed in the quad class, which is no longer part of this event, but I'm very pleased to announce that Claire and Wayne Fuller are this year's Volunteers of the Year. And for those that aren't aware, Claire's dear husband Wayne passed away several months ago. So this is a complete surprise to Claire.
You're not kidding.
How does it feel?
It's awesome. Wayne would be so proud of himself. And this year, I said it before, everyone else is going to be eating his dust this year instead of the other way around.
Now tell me, as a quad class and down the back, I mean, I was sort of down there with you. This year, what are you planning to do with Wayne's ashes?
They'll be going on the start-finish line Sunday morning.
So they'll be sprinkled on the start line under the banner on Sunday morning, but they're also doing something else.
They're going down the track in one of the cars and being sprinkled at Finke.
Now, Wayne was also president of the Alice Springs Motorcycle Club. Claire has been side by side with him for quite a long time. Claire's a previous committee member of the Finke Desert Race Committee. Why do you volunteer?
Because I love it. Why? We do it because we love the sport. Events like this wouldn't happen without volunteers, and that's why we do it. Simple.
Now, you're out here this weekend. You'll be volunteering. What will you be doing on Sunday?
Helping line up all the cars and bikes, and the flag on Monday.
So that's a full weekend for Claire Fuller and Claire's husband Wayne, who will both be on the Finke Hero Award. Thank you, Claire. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And Claire joins about 20 others who have been Finke Heroes since that first started in 2005. So I hope everyone respects our volunteers this weekend and has a fantastic event. Thank you. Did I go out?
Can I get a portrait of you?
Now, hey, so you two work it out and yeah. So welcome to country's lady's name is. Okay.
Well, looking at some of last year's highlights on the big screen and on our screen here in the commentary box, Dan, I'm buzzing. I can't keep still. Tomorrow morning, it's on for young and old on that prologue track.
It is. It's crazy. Yeah, I must admit, we're sitting up here having as good a time as anyone watching the live stream that, Fink's putting on, and it's just simply brilliant. Some of these images and the things that it reminds you of over the years that have happened, it's unreal. And the guys at the street party, like the other, what was it, last night? Man, it's already been an eternity. We're cranking along, but just such a brilliant show and so many good cars there on display. And obviously Toby doing the signing and the method, the Race Wheels Australia guys were there as well, Swinglers, and Greg Campbell's car was on display too with the 3 plate on it, which is brilliant. Like to have a side-by-side as a 3 car in the Australian Championship is just simply brilliant. It just shows you the level of competition across the board, and it's a great opportunity for people to stroll down the Todd, have a look at, race cars, look at guys flipping quad bikes above their back, above their heads, like it was wild. I must admit, I was very impressed by that, and never having seen that live, like, you've seen it on the videos, but man, the noises, the smell, the atmosphere, the people, it was so good. So I truly enjoyed last night. It's something that I think really has stepped up the Fink game in the last couple of years, doing that Thursday night street party. And, everyone's out in town, isn't it? I mean, the town is absolutely buzzing. I must admit, you don't want to go to any of the fast food joints around the place. She's pretty busy at the moment. But, we've got great vendors here tonight selling up and down the lot. And we've got all the teams down here. Again, Toby's signing shirts and doing bits and pieces. And listen, that's something, it's not only Toby Price out there too. Crews up and down. These guys are awesome people. Like over the years, you see these races and you see some heroes like Greg Gartner is one. Ladies and gentlemen, go and get his signature. The man is a madman, but that's true of everyone down there. Kent Battle's down there. Shannon, hold on. How have I not talked about Shannon Wrench? SR33 is on the start line with, for this year. He's raced it a couple of times now, but a new Jimco Hammerhead out of the States that he's released a new car. It's got the long trailing arms, the turbo motor, all the stuff that, is a true combo for success down here. And Shannon Wrench and Ian, they're class acts. They're basically they are the goats of Australian off-road racing. So, we've got Mark Burrows there, or the Burrows team are down here. There's so many people on this starting grid that, literally you could walk down there and see all 160 cars and go, man, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. And I think the other thing is that the level of competition competition's not the right word. The level of finishing now has gone a long way. They've all got the team shirts. It's a great starting grid down there. They're a good looking bunch of people. I'm saying it. So, down there, all the competitors, all the families out there, probably 20 years ago, it was sort of you just turned up and maybe slap the sponsor sticker. Now they've got wraps and, their vans and their trucks. It's a good looking event. And I tell you what, there is some cool cars on the line. And again, I get back to none more than Shannon Wrench, that car down there. Make sure you sneak past and have a look at the 33. It's the next evolution of Jimco Pro Buggy in Australia. So it's going to be very interesting. He's had a nice couple of runs in the the Australian Championship, and no doubt he'll want to put that one on his roof again. It's very comfortable on there. Most people don't know that he is 33 because he's had the one that many years in a row, but Shannon Wrench 33 is down there on the line, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes, and he's a gun at prologue, so it's going to be great to see. So I think, again, we look at these lists non-stop and we're chatting away in the commentary box, talking about how good it is. And then the other thing that's so good is wood-fired pizzas. We've got the bar over there. The lineup's looking pretty cranky over there, but hey, there's nothing better than a cold drink on a cold night. So, and you're checking out race cars. So, yeah, we've definitely got the best seat in the house. And come tomorrow, I'm excited to see how prologue goes. We've kicking off at 8, and there's going to be plenty of action there. Starting all the way through. And man, I've got to be honest, I don't know which way to bet if I was a bet man. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the top 10 goes. There's been some interesting claims that I've heard, like people have said that, there's not going to be a truck in the top 10. But look, Toby, Bo, we've got Greg Gartner, we've got all these guys, Bentley, these guys are champions and prologue racers. So it's going to be very interesting. I think that we're going to have some upsets for sure. There's going to be some shake-ups. There's going to be some people that we probably didn't expect to see in the top 10. But that's all part of the Fink mystique. It's part of the enigma. So, and it's the same for the bikes. Again, we've looked through this list, and there's everything from legends like, Smiths on the line. Like, it's just amazing. And then we've got, some young guns. I mean, Jack Dooley McDonald's on the line. There's just names up and down the list. And we were talking about Triggy, Ivan Long. Like, these guys are all just going to be on fire. I still remember over the back there, in the stadium, and Ivan Long was racing. I think he got second that year in qualifying. Mate, he had his handlebars in the dirt. Clutch kicked the crap out of it. Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but anyway, Clutch kicked it like a madman, popped her up, and then got second in prologue. We couldn't believe it because we were cheering. And yeah, Longy, if you're listening, mate, I've got big thumbs up. We're going to see how you go this year. He's doing his own thing with his own team. There's a number of guys doing his own team, even down to talking about Ben Grabham. I don't know. I didn't know this was common knowledge. I didn't know about it, but Ben Grabham's running his own arrive and ride system at the moment where, yeah, so you can turn up, and again, if you want to get in contact with Grabbo, but I do know Seaton Battle is one of the guys that's riding where you just roll in, pay, get a factory setup style, race bike with all the suspension mods and all the gear, and then, at the end of it, you hand the keys back and say, thanks very much for a great race. And honestly, if you want to do it either from a competitive standpoint or a bucket list type of option, that's a great way to go. You're on a guy that knows. I mean, he's the king of the desert for a reason. He's a great man to have a chat. So that's it. I just think that there's so many fascinating things coming out of Fink at the moment because, again, there's not many options. Out of interest, again, I'm not doing a sales pitch for him, but I believe he's doing the same thing at the Don River Dash. That's a new race now that's cranking up and going to be very interesting, very much in the Fink-esque where it's got the cars and the bikes, and it's really making a bit of a splash. But yeah, long story short is that, nowadays you've got so many options to do this sort of stuff. Like, again, we look at those. Oh, there's the 122 on our screen, which is beautiful to see. That's the Martin's Jimco Pro Light. So, got the V6 in it, and he's been doing very well lately. I mean, for a long time, the Martins, Craig Martin is a former Australian champion and has that beautifully turned out ex-Coleman Alpha. So that family has a number of beautiful cars. Actually, really excited because Dale Martin had a Tatum and he's just sold it. So we're trying to make bets in our little group of what he's racing next. And if Dale Martin stepped into the Alpha, to say that I am excited would be an understatement. So Dale, if you're listening and you're thinking about getting into an Alpha, the Curran boys are all about this. We are excited to see what they come up with next because that man is fast. They've done outright prologue wins before. So, prologue. I mean outright wins before in a pro light, which is just simply brilliant. And then, we've got all the fast locals too. There's so many locals out here that have got great machinery, great cars, yeah, man, I don't know where to stop with this because honestly, the more I look and the more I think, we were talking about, so the Jimcos, they're an American car, and, we're talking about the Geysers and the Masons, and obviously a lot of this top level gear is coming from Australia, out of America, but we've got so many great chassis, SS races, SS chassis build race cars now. Elements are one that, the Havies are building race cars that are super fast out of, down there. So I really do think that it's going to be interesting. See, again, the more I talk, the more I don't even think I realise how many competitors are here. Toby Watley's here in essentially a home-built trophy truck, and we watched him at St. George, and he was in the top 3, like smoking, like so fast. And I mean, Watley's always been a fast guy, so they're out of Loveday, bright orange truck, so keep an eye out for them as well. And that's what I mean. Like, how cool is it that you could go anywhere from mega budget, bring over a Geysers from America, and let's go. We're going to come here and roll it like Paul Whelan. Again, big high five to he's a great bloke that deserves all his props. But then the flip side is there's dudes here that are welding their chassis together in their shed in Alice Springs, and they're going and having a crack. And listen, I'm not writing anyone off, is what we're saying. Just because you've got the biggest and best, really, this track does come down to driver ability, picking the right places, knowing where to push. We heard Luke there saying before about, knowing where not to lift off. That's a huge one too. I think it's a big game changer rolling over those dunes when you are confident enough in your gear and your equipment that it's going to run over. So, yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting indeed, Josh. Have you got a pick yourself, mate, or?
It's so hard. Like with the bikes, I've looked at this top 30 list so many times, and with the research that I've been doing and the form guides I've tried to watch, I've been down the track, I've
it's anyone's game. I don't have someone to pick out of the bikes.
Josh, I'm loving that you are stuttering over this because I totally agree. That's what I think as well. It blows my mind that the level of competition from a couple of years ago where you could basically tick a box, and I don't mean that with any disrespect to anyone, but, you know, you sort of could go, yep, you know, in those couple of top 3 or top 4, that's where it's going to be. Now I look at the list and I just think that it is going to be non-stop.
Yeah, I definitely think it will be. Make sure to stay safe 20 metres away from the track at all times, and any fixed camping situations. If you're going down the track, make sure that are 30 metres back from the track. We're going to throw to some of our messages up on the big screen. I hope you're having a great time. Give us a big wave, everyone, on the camera. Young fellas loving the time. Hope you're having a good time, ladies and gents. We'll be back very shortly with more Fink stuff.
Oh. Think your mate's a good value? You should check out venue mode. When the green light is activated, you're on tab turf. So you'll get access to exclusive markets and offers just for heading to your local. Venue mode, only on your tab app.
Tab, long may we play.
I've always kind of been drawn to bugs. I've always wanted a bug, and the first bug I ever got was actually a shell. That sparked the OG bug, and since then, I guess I've never really strayed away from the bug platform, the look, the vibe, the feel. It's just something, I guess, from being from San Diego has always kind of hooked me since day one, and I don't think there's no turning back.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners.
Read and observe all safety signs.
And stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
I really hope everyone is enjoying their evening here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race opening night, Scrutineering for 2022. If I could please ask you all to pause as we have our Welcome to Country for Mbantua delivered by Christy Bloomfield.
Thank you. Warda, Mara Achinaritna Christy Bloomfield, Central Aranda, Eastern Aranda, Aliauro Murukatui of Mbantua. Hello, my name is Christy Bloomfield. I'm a Central Aranda, Eastern Aranda, Aliauro woman, traditional owner of Mbantua. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge our elders, past and present, and our emerging leaders. I'd also like to acknowledge that the native title determination by the Federal Court was made in 1999. That native title was recognised here in Mbantua, Andulia and Ilkma. Central Aranda people have always welcomed people to our country, and tonight is no different. On behalf of all the traditional owners of Mbantua, we wish you a safe journey to the Finke and then back. Once again, on behalf of all the tradition owners, welcome to Mbantua. Always was, always will be Aboriginal land. Thank you.
Think your mate's a good value? You should check out venue mode. When the green light is activated, you're on tab turf. So you'll get access to exclusive markets and offers just for heading to your local. Venue mode, only on your tab app.
Tab, long may we play.
Times have been tough. Here at Imparja, we want to help our customers get back to business and reconnect with their own customers. Television viewing levels are at an all-time high, so now is the time to reach out through TV. And to make it easy, we offer complete commercial production and airtime solutions tailored to your specific needs. Our advertisers have been advertising with us for years, and that says something. Whether you've used Imparja previously or are new to our station, give us a call. We'd love to help.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 23 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, Tatts. Tatts have invested nearly $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Impaja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Telstra, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Complete Fencing, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Aldebaran Contracting, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Red Centre Technology Partners, Asprint, APJ Concrete, National Australia Bank, High Tech Industries, Thrifty, Centre Pest Management, Alice Traffic Management, Northern Territory Correctional Services.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. These women all bring a wealth of knowledge, experience and passion to the event and broadcast the race to a wider audience. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers. The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are proudly sponsored by Lotus Makeup and Beauty, Desert Wave Surf Shop, Core Art and Designs, Nikki Westover Photography.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners.
Read and observe all safety signs.
And stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
I hope everyone is absolutely loving it being here for opening night at Scrutineering for the Tatts Finke Desert Race for 2022. I've found Keziah. We've been sort of walking around here at the start-finish line, gathering all sorts of info and chatting to people. Who have you been catching up with?
I've been chatting to a few really cool drivers, obviously some NT locals in the side-by-sides. There's been some cool families. I ran into one cute kid. He's got a broken clavicle from rugby and he plans to race here at Finke in the bikes when he's a little bit older. He's probably, I think, about 6 now.
Maybe a few years ahead of him.
Yeah. But who have you been seeing? Because you've been chatting to Toby and Walshy and who else have you
it's such a cool environment to be at, and obviously for you and I it's our first time working here in Finke and first time being here in Finke, and just having this night and being able to catch up with the drivers and the riders and see the bikes and cars on display. It's such an awesome opportunity for the fans to get up close and personal with all the big heavy hitters and of course all the families that are here to support the Finke race. Yeah, I was lucky to catch up with Toby. He is a man in demand this weekend. He is just like God here in Alice Springs, and
part of the community basically.
Exactly, and the line to get his autograph or to have a photo or just even to have a chat to him is massive, and it's not dying down. And because as you can see over here behind us, the merchandise line, it's still like 100 metres long.
Merchandise is packed. If we even, look around, there is groups of people literally everywhere. It is so exciting to see an event that is buzzing with people just excited to be here out in the cold. I mean, I'm freezing.
It is very, very cold, and I was expecting it to be cold, but I'm not sure I was expecting it to be this cold. But as you said, the last time that there was a real full complement of the Finke was in 2019. 2020, of course, was cancelled due to COVID, and even 2021, they were sort of limited because Victorians were locked out, WA was locked out. So for this year to be open to everyone, it's so fantastic.
It's really awesome, and for such a special event to have everyone back, you can feel that love and that community spirit, and that is just so important. And I can smell the food from here, so there's plenty for people to check out. There's more than just bikes and buggies, there's food, as you were saying, merchandise. For a lot of these guys, it's their heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's their dream. Like, you speak to people and they've been dreaming about this, or it's a bucket list event to come to or take part in, and they're finally here and soaking up all the atmosphere. Now, you're going camping at Finke. You are going to head to the other end of Apatula and going to spend the night there. Now, have you got any local knowledge from anyone that you've been talking to about what that experience might be?
Well, I've been told it's going to be quite an interesting experience. During the day, there's probably going to be a couple of girls hanging around. I've been chatting to a few of the female drivers as well, so I'm excited to catch them at the end. Halfway, I'm hoping they make it, because I also want them to make it back. But yeah, I'm told it's going to be really interesting. Buggies, bikes, everything getting fixed overnight. Teams, some of them, the riders, they'll be fixing their bikes on their own or their buggies on their own if they don't have, more of the money, more of the team effort to go into it. So it's going to be really interesting, and it's something I haven't ever experienced in my life. I don't think I've camped in the middle of the desert. I definitely don't think I've stayed at Finke before. So it'll be a very interesting experience, and you got to do it. You're here.
You're immersing yourself in this event. And I am just blown away by the sheer amount of people that are here. They're talking up to 14,000 people that will be camping across the weekend. There was 4,500 people at the street markets last night, and that it requires up to 300 volunteers just to get this event up and running. So it's a huge amount of people, and so many people from all over Australia, all walks of life.
Exactly, 12,000 flying in just for the weekend. So that's just people coming from around Australia, hearing around the world as well, because this is really quite an open event, some of the drivers are saying. So exciting to see the numbers come in, boost the tourism, boost the activity around town.
Look, this guy's got pizza. That pizza looks pretty good. I reckon we need to
slice, girls?
Mate, we'll take you up on that offer much later.
Lots of fun happening here. There's some bikes and stuff behind us as well. Really keen to check out more of that. I think that's going to be really exciting.
And look,
as you said, food.
The most important thing is everyone's having fun. You're having fun, I'm having fun, and I'm sure Josh from commentary is having fun as well. He's absolutely loving being here again this year.
Loving being back here, and having Dan up in the box is a great bit of fun.
Well, Josh, I don't know what they're talking about, mate. It's almost a little bit warm. The aircon's set to 23, 24 up here. This cold thing, I don't know. And I'm not going camp, but I can tell you, if you've never been to Apatula, you are in for a treat. That's going to be a good time down there. It's a great event, and it's awesome that the production team here are continually stepping it up. We were talking about it before, 2010 and earlier, it was basic communications, guys. So, yeah, if you're one of these people sitting at home that isn't real happy with the production, I don't think you understand the logistics that everyone's putting up with. For these girls to, to get in and go down to Apatula and all the places down there and give you roving commentary and the feedback and the live feed, like, it's truly, it's impressive. It's really cool, and I'm excited to see where it goes because it's just stepped up year after year after year. We've been watching at home for a long time, longer than I care to admit. And I tell you what, it is amazing what's going on, and the crowd interaction and the people that are here, and it's really a great event. We're going to say that a lot this weekend, aren't we? But every year man, it's been said year after year that you don't measure your calendar by Christmases, mate. You measure it by Finks. That's the reality of it. There's lots of guys, again, we were talking about the likes of Brett Comiskey and that had trucks in here, and, they've got sheds in here, and the locals too, like I was just having a look down the list, and I was thinking about Andrew Mould. He's got that BMW powered, it's a D-stroke 3.5 to run in Pro Light. And he's up inside where did he come last year? It was like well up in the top 10. So Andrew Moulds is an absolute beast in that Razorback and a local. And I think that he's going to be one to definitely watch out for. There's Ali Howells too, Josh Howells' sister, and I mean she's been doing really well in the. I'd even think, I'll check this before tomorrow and make sure I know all these details. But I think she's probably beaten him in the Australian Championship.
She is.
There you go. So there's the point. So Ali Howells is very fast. She's got a beautiful vehicle. I love that Aussie spec. It's one of the nicest turned out cars, I reckon, out there. So, and that team, Josh Howells last year obviously came in on the bumper of the 487 of Toby Price. So, that's going to be one to watch out with these tracks in the way it is. Josh Howells, he's got good money on him he's ready for a win. But then, mate, again, how can we just keep breezing over? Or maybe it's just going to be one of those years where you just start talking about Ryan Taylor in the number 6. Ryan Taylor is having a breakout year. Now, he is not new to this off-road racing. He's been racing Bajas back in the day. So, the Taylor family and the turnout that they do and their involvement with the sport at all levels. I mean, really, it's Race Wheels Australia. That's the Taylor family. They're out here sponsoring, with Method next, tomorrow's prologue. So, the Taylor family are out here and they're the current leading Australian champion on points. So, after 2 rounds, they've had a real amazing year. And it's an interesting one because it's, it's one of those things that was just when everything clicked. Ryan's always been fast. So all of those cars that he's been really fast in, I mean, he's been fast in a lot of cars, but in the last couple of years have been ex-Harley Letner Tatum. So he had Tatum 1. Which was actually the car that Luke Ayres now owns, the 59. So, and they've gone to the Tatum 2, which is Harley Letner's second Tatum car. Harley's done a lot of development with that, but those guys have done a heap of development with Foz and all the team there. They've pulled the motor out and gone to the V6 turbo motor, which, nowadays with the pace and that is required out of these turbo buggies, that's almost a given that the turbo power, they're talking upwards of 1,000 horsepower on set to full boost. So, I remember years ago that Jack Rhodes is a hell man. He said that he had a dial to 11 and he didn't use 11 very much. So, that sort of indicates how much power these pro buggies are turning out. So, Ryan's up there as well. So it'll be an interesting year to see how these guys go. And, yeah, I mean, again, I just look up and down the list tonight and it's amazing. And I know that as well as Toby with his truck, but there's a big crowd around the new Mason truck, which is obviously something interesting. It's got carbon fiber dash, carbon fiber panels, Bo's new truck 413. So if you're floating around here live today, make sure you go down and check out Bo's new truck. It is brand new, off the plane, not off the boat, off the plane. And then the other one that's interesting is that the evolution of the Trophy Truck 2 in Australia. And I mean, it's been an evolution of pro buggies too, but with the evolution of the Trophy Truck, because I thought that Paul Wheel's new G6 trophy truck was a 6100 spec, which over in America is a 120-inch wheelbase. It's a lighter truck to deal with the motor, the 6-litre wheel. So that's not true. He told me that it is a full-size G6. It's every bit as big as everyone else's truck. I have not seen it in the flesh. I'm looking forward to sneaking down there and having a bit of a look at it myself later. But it is a full-size G6 without lots of those parts hanging off it, because that's probably the biggest difference between American racing and Australian racing is that, when they talk about the Baja 1000, really it's probably like 1,200 miles, which is, translates to 2,000 kilometres. It's the equivalent of driving Townsville to Sydney. They race it, in the dirt in Mexico. So think of the logistics of that. But, so they carry alternators, power steering pumps, racks, driveline. We don't need any of that. Fink's a sprint race, It has been said many, many times that if you've got to change a tyre here, don't worry about it. There's a great old story. I'm pretty sure I'm quoting this right, that it was when Kittle, like Peter Kittle used to race, that he had a navigator in there. And it was actually Pinto. It was in the car with him, and he threw the spare and the jack and everything. He said, we don't need that stuff anymore, because once they change the tyre, well, you don't have a spare, do you? So leave it on the side of the track and we're out of here. Just extra weight you don't need. So, I'm sure Fink gives us those stories all the time, but there was definitely a trend big time. And I'm interested to see what Toby does tomorrow, because I did notice at the street party he's running double spares, he's running oil, he's running all those parts. Does he carry that? Does he want that extra weight? Because that's the other side of the dynamics of it. With your suspension and all the other tuning that, they've got guys like SDG out, all these people that are working with them, they want that extra weight to plant it maybe, but then you've got to move it out of the corner. So it's a fine line getting it really right, because these guys are on the jagged edge of performance. We're now I was talking to both the boys there. I love how these trophy truck guys just breeze over the facts. Like Bo goes, it's just actually, and I think Paul Wheel said pretty much the same thing, goes, it's just a standard Fox package. Well, remember that the standard Fox package now is 4.4, 6-tube bypasses. It's got coolers where it actually pumps through a cooling system and has reservoirs, like standard package. Like, it's an impressive bit of gear. And, I think this is the evolution of where we're going. And so those guys, they actually need the weight. So again, I can't wait to see. I think that everyone's going to be set to kill for Prologue. There's no question about that. You'll see the smaller tyres on the trophy trucks, because a lot of them are running 40s now. They're going to be in full kill mode. So light.
With that, though, with the Australian Off-Road Championship, we're at round 3 currently. This will be round 3. There's 3 more rounds. Championship positions, does it play a part in this race at all, do you think? Dan?
This is a great question, Josh, and one that we go back and forth a lot, and I hope Ryan's not listening, because I don't want to get inside Ryan's head. But Ryan's probably the biggest one, and Shannon, that affects. Do you, if you get to 3rd or 2nd, do you push to get a win at Fink? Because we've had plenty of people say over the years, Mark Burrows was one of them that was famous, and he's got Australian championships. His opinion was that he'd throw probably not all of them, but he'd give up an Australian championship for a Fink win.
Yeah.
Ryan is in the very unique position where he doesn't have either of them at this point. That man is due. He will get both of them, in my opinion. But at this point, which way do you play it? Because if you start running with some of these heavy hitters at the front and start pushing, do you damage your pro buggy for a championship for a Fink win? That's only something that Ryan can do. And I got to be honest, I know Ryan pretty well. I'd almost call him family. I love the guy. I would say that what he needs to do is just run his own race. He does what he does, and that's what he does best. Get everything out of his head, go drive the race car that he knows that he can drive, and then whatever results come will come. That's who he is. So the number 6 will be definitely one to watch out for. He's had some blistering, like if you look at the split times over the years, because again, I probably, watch a few of these guys that I are very good mates, and these guys, they've run split times on the way home and then had issues. And I know everyone's got that story. Everyone's always the fastest before they crash, mate. Everyone's always the fastest before they break. But the moral of the story is that in their case, that I've seen split times where they've been very, very blisteringly fast, and then they've had weird failures, mate. And I suppose that's another thing about Fink that just gets you. Like, they had a V-band on a turbo fail, just fell apart. Now, I reckon you'd be struggling to walk up and down that pit and hear someone that said, oh yeah, out of all the things that could potentially go, and it was a brand new one, out of a brand new for Fink, that could essentially that be the failure. I'd be very surprised. I never picked it. And, that was the year that he came limping in and it sounded like a dirty old Volkswagen, spitting out one side because literally both, and it wasn't one, both turbo V-bands failed. That's a manufacturing issue. That's not a prep issue. It's not a Taylor issue. It's not anything like that, not even that he was pushing it too hard. So, it's a very interesting game when you start playing. And, the other side of that is that we're now in this game of one percenters. We talk about it a bit, on our Dirtbags podcast with respect to what's the next big evolution of off-road. Well, I don't know. And again, I'm not a guru engineer or anything, but, like back in the day, there was beam cars and they went to A-arms, they went from single tube to 6 tubes, and they were like true goalpost shifts where if you did not have that stuff, but what I do feel now is that there's many people offering engineering at the top level of the competition. And what I think will happen now is that it's going to be this game of millimeters. So, it's going to be the guys like Mason have now just come out with billet machined. And I mean, they've been doing it for a little while. There's been a lot over in America that, Geyser as well have got options. They're upper machine. They're not a tube arm with plate anymore. They're looking for every little bit of weight. They're doing all this dynamic and vehicle stability and moving weight around, doing fuel tanks under seats rather than big triangle ones behind seats. They're thinking about all these things. And again, it's going to be all these one percenters that add up. So, going to be interesting, mate. I've got to be, again, I said it earlier on, what I can't wait for, or I can wait because I'm happy in the moment right now. I don't want to get too old, but the moral of the story is in 20 years, are we going to be sitting here going, hey, you remember when that Mason was brand new and it was cutting edge technology, and now it's essentially a classic because, another manufacturer or even Mason themselves, because that's a good point. Like you think about it, that the Geyser Brothers trophy truck has been around now. They were one of the first to come out with a true package, in my opinion, where you could arrive and, pay your money and you could go racing in a truly, Andy McMillan, they all had Geysers, Rob Mack who was in a Geyser, there was all these guys, and even down to here, like there was an influx of, you had your Billy Geddes, you had your Bo, you had your, Greg Gartner's now in a Geyser. Like they deserve those accolades because what Rick and brought to the table really was just a package that couldn't be messed with. It was so good out of the box, and then you could just catch up with those little bits and make it your own. And I think now there's a lot of manufacturers that are doing that. There's the Masons, there's the Herps, there's the, there's a number of a Lumicraft build a trophy truck, there's the Tiscos. How can Tisco slip your mind when obviously Toby Price is in one? So, all of these guys now are offering packages that are beyond impressive. Honestly, now we're stepping into an era where driver skill is the key. You've got guys now that are just proving their mettle. And I suppose that's the reality too, is that, no amount of amazing machinery. What's the great saying? You can teach a fast guy to be slow, but you can't teach a slow guy to be fast. Sorry if that offends anyone. I hope it doesn't, because you're all fast guys down there on the grid. But at the end of the day, I think that, we can't really you can win in any of these top level packages. And I think that's what's so cool about it, because back in the day, again, it was Robbie Gordon, he was building his own trophy trucks and that sort of thing like that. So yeah, it was interesting because again, I can't wait for 20 years when it's going to be a totally different game again. And we'll be sitting here and, there'll be new bike guys come along. There'll be old bike guys that are reunited and reignited. And, there's some very familiar Fink faces down on that starting grid this year. And it's always great to, again, come to Scrutineering night. It's a beautiful night out here and, not a cloud in the sky, beautiful. And I think it's just one of those things that, it's going to be a pilgrimage to Fink every year, to see the new gear, to see the new races, to see the new motorbikes, to see the new hardware. Yeah, I just love it, mate, and I can't say that enough.
And so many different manufacturers from where I sit as not much of a bike guy. I've learnt quite a lot over the past couple of months prepping for this event, and just you've got your Honda, you've got your KTM, but you've got your other teams that are quite low, and Gas, so big in America, but here in Oz, not as big. And there's so many different bikes. There's Shercos, there's Huskies, there's all these bikes. All have been set up to do a certain thing, and it's going to be very interesting to see how those brands compete.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the Euros particularly have taken it to a level where they've got that boutique branding, and you can really, again, you can list them off. There's TM, Beta, there's a lot of good bikes. And so you haven't even listed any of the the fantastic Japanese manufacturers that we got, like you've got your Hondas and your Yamahas and all these guys, and I mean Desert Edge was the team back in the day, wasn't it? Like Honda out here was like just basically a religion, you know what I mean? Like it was amazing, and to see the shift to some of these other boutique style brands, because even back in the day, I mean, it wasn't so long ago. Well, I think it was about 2010 or a bit maybe '09 or something like that. They really didn't think that the orange bikes had it in them. But I tell you what, now they turn up with an army and it's a real race. And it's the same deal, like, then to go down to our side-by-side competitors, obviously the main is that you've got the Polaris and the Can-Am and those guys, the development, because that's always an interesting to watch because it is a continual step up, step up, step up. That's one where every year, I reckon it's every 2 years they switch. Like, Can-Am originally came out with the Rotax Bombardier thing that they had, and it was quite good, but it was quite short. It was, and Polaris had their early side-by-sides. They were a good thing too. But, like as you step up to in the Razor progression and, you start going up to the Pros and the S-Packs and, now they've got the new one. And we actually talked to Simon Evans the other day. Simon Evans and the Evans family at Jackson and, a great family of off-road racers. They're down there with the Kinchrome Polarises, and those guys were saying that they drove the new Polaris, which unfortunately was not ready for this race. So they're still in the, I don't want to say the original, but the latest, of last year's Polarises. They're waiting on their new stock to arrive. And he said with 4 people in the test Polaris, his test times were faster than his race car with just him in it. So his opinion is that it's going to be another one that steps up. People are going to have to catch up. They raced over at the King of the Hammers over in America and just recently and dominated, with the racing that those guys were doing. So, and they did a lot of desert racing. Oh, how cute, mate. Hey,
so cute.
There's so many great spectators down there. We love the waves.
Yeah, great to see so many people back in the Alice. Like, for people who haven't been able to travel for the last couple of years due to COVID, what a great opportunity to come with your family to such a great event that holds such a special place in so many people's hearts. For me, I've grown up with this event. I'm an Alice Springs local, so from the day I was born to the day I've been out here at every event, and I've enjoyed it and I've loved it, and I've seen all the progression as we've been talking about, the side-by-sides coming through and the bikes and your locals coming through and getting back up there. Because for a very long time, the locals, it was everyone wanted a local win. Everyone wanted a local to win. And Toby and Ben just played their games. And then you had David Walsh always being up there. You had your other locals. Like 06, you look at 06, Ryan Branford is your clear, and I know Kelsey's going to kill me, his wife, for bringing this up. But Branford, that 06 year was a stellar year.
Yes, brilliant. No, he's an amazing rider that doesn't get the accolades that he deserves. Like, to run at that pace at that period of time was just simply amazing. And it was great. Actually, I see in his social medias the other day, he's thrown a leg back over a bike. It was the first time in 7 or 8 years, I think he said. So, he went out there pre-running and having a good time. So hopefully one day we see Ryan Branford back down running the Fink track. But no, mate, you're absolutely right. I mean, Damon Stokey won that year, and that was an absolute, a brilliant year. And I remember the celebration there at Lassiter's, where they started the Yamaha inside there and put her on the bopper. Like, Damon, unfortunately, with that passing, but he was such a legend and such an enigma, such a personality. Like, and while she's the same, mate, again, like I've said to you before, like that story, I remember, because obviously, again, we know these names because we love Fink, but for guys like Steve Hangefeld and Colton Udall to come out, when I read that article, I just laughed so hard when he goes, I just couldn't believe that I came out, because he thought he was coming here to win. And that's no offense to Colton. I mean, he's a class act competitor, knows exactly what he's doing. And, has won Baja more times than you can count on, fingers and toes. Like, the guy's a complete legend, part of the Johnny Campbell era of motorbike racing over there, and, was sort of after Johnny. And, to have Colton there and to say, man, these local kids, because again, Walsh was probably a bit of a kid at that time. He's probably looked at as a bit of the master now, but in those days, like, to have him come out, and again, he's an apprentice builder or a builder and working away, and again, driving nails on Tuesday, and then winning Fink the week after. That's pretty impressive stuff, mate. Because yeah, I don't think there's too many. We probably compete very differently. You know, lots of us have day jobs and all this. Like a lot of the guys over in America that, because they're not sponsored. That's a wrong term in America. I think everyone thinks that over there, you know, like people are just handing over money, and that's not a true statement. Lots of people have successful businesses and they're working, you know, in a great way. But what I think that leads to is people that have a lot of opportunity to test, a lot of, you know, whereas we're talking about it today with Paul Wheel, and he was just talking about, you know, sometimes that's quite a difficult thing to do logistically. We don't have these test tracks. So, you know, particularly you guys, I mean, you know, as an Alice local, I'm very jealous because I must admit, I would have loved to grow up riding this track. You know, if you can pre-run it, because again, if you listen along somewhere all over Australia or all across the world, first off, welcome very much. We're glad to have you on the Tatts live stream. And if you're here at Scrutineering wandering around, oh yeah, big thumbs up. I like that. So yeah, we are very happy to be chatting with you. But the moral of the story is that you can pre-run down here. As long as it's a registered bike or a registered vehicle, you can drive it. There is a set of rules. Let's talk about it. Like, you run downwards until midday, then there's a half-hour layover, and then you ride backwards. So, you know, we don't end up crossing paths. And the locals enforce that pretty heavily, which they should. So, you know, that's a good thing. And so if you want to come up here and pre-run, you can do those sort of things as long as it's registered and, you know, you follow the rules and the law. Because I must admit, the first year we pre-ran, it was brilliant because the local constabulary were out there and they gave us a high five and had a chat to us again. We were doing the right thing. We had the registered motocross bike or motorbikes, they're enduro bikes, and doing all our things correctly. So, you know, that's a facility that I hope you guys recognize how lucky you are to live in this beautiful part of. I know that it gets hot in summer. Oh, I know it gets hot in summer. But I tell you what, you've got a beautiful part of the world to live in, and the fact that you can run and race and do all of those things is amazing. So.
Oh, it really is. Growing up here locally, and as the years go on, and with all these great locals coming through the event and making it so accessible to everyone. We're going to throw to some of the highlights from last year's event. Look up on the big screen and catch some of the action you're going to see from tomorrow.
If I've got any, writing my thoughts in a diary.
Well, you could do it instead of watching Chicago PD for 1 hour.
No way, I'm not missing out on that.
All right, well, here's our diary. It's not written down. There is...
That's a disaster. You're clueless. You're fired.
Looking good, race 5.
Bailey's Burger Joint might not look like much, but it's here where I experience the greatest racing live from across Australia and around the world. With Play Central on the Tab app, you get unlimited access to Sky 1, Sky 2 and Thoroughbred Central. And you can bet whilst you watch, anywhere you like, even with a double patty and a side of fries. The special isn't bad either. Play Central, only on the Tab app.
Tab, long may we play.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners.
Read and observe all safety signs.
And stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
Welcome back, and we're here with Finke Desert Race President Anthony Joffa. Plenty of action happening here tonight. So many cars, so many people. Joff, what can we expect tonight?
A very cold night. I think the crowd is slightly down just because it's so cold, but there's a sea of humanity right behind us as you look down the finishing straight with all the auto section. People mingling amongst all those cars, all sorts of trophy trucks and pro buggies and a huge number of side-by-sides. So it's really busy in Pitt Straight, if you like. And of course over in the spectator area, you can hear the music in the background.
There's a party going on back there with the Red Bull DJ, but it's also the first time since 2019 that everyone's been allowed back here post-COVID, open to all the states. It's a huge event.
Oh, look, it's wonderful news. The fact that 2020 was cancelled, as you say, because of COVID all around the country, and then 2021, those poor Western Australians couldn't even come over here, or if they did, they couldn't get back. So we welcome them back. There was a large number that got caught out with a sudden snap lockdown in regional Victoria last year. And of course competitors from Greater Melbourne, unless they'd come up a month early, they were trapped as well. So to welcome everybody back and to pretty much have free borders and to have an enormous number of spectators and people camping down the track, it is just a wonderful time to be here.
And that's what I'm hearing, 14,000 people camping here. That's huge. 12,000 flying into Alice alone. they're big numbers, and it's great to bring everyone here to the centre of Australia.
Well, it is. I've heard there's 14,001 campers this year, because I understand that you're camping down at the Finke end, which I'm looking forward to seeing your broadcasts from down there.
You had to throw that one in, didn't you? Everyone's been throwing that one in. I'm so excited. I'm really excited to sleep in a swag in the desert and see everything that goes down that end.
It's pretty good. You'll really enjoy it. And, you know, the Finke end just adds another dimension. You mentioned the huge numbers in town here and huge numbers along the track. They tend to be sort of Alice Springs based, and they head out to camp and back, but the true warriors are the ones that go all the way down to the Finke checkpoint overnight to support their teams, or to be volunteers, or to just be spectators, or to be media. There's a lot of you people down there.
I've heard there's only a couple. Apparently I'm the only one going to be down there broadcasting from there, so that could be fun. But no, really excited. And for you, as somebody who puts so much into this event, what is the most special part for you?
As I've said to a number of people today, that without competitors, we don't have an event. But without volunteers, everyone gets here on the starting grid and can't go anywhere. So, you know, it's great for the economy. It's an enormous boost for the Alice Springs economy with so many people coming in from interstate. But it's also a huge sense of pride for the volunteers, that are those that walk around in an orange or yellow vest that are part of it. You know, they love it. And just the people that have been here forever. I mean, this is not the Queen's birthday weekend in Alice Springs, this is Finke weekend, and that's what people know it as.
And I'm hearing something like 300 volunteers. Is that right? Come down here and donate their time to make sure that this happens for everyone. And that, as you're saying, is incredibly special. So, Prologue gets underway tomorrow. Are you hoping the weekend goes smoothly, or how are you sort of seeing the weekend play out?
It'll be terribly cold. It'll be quite windy, I think, this weekend, given the Antarctic blast that's coming up the track. If people are camped on the western side of the track, I think they're going to get dusted. For the competitors, I think it'll be really good. With plenty of wind around, competitors won't be racing into dust, particularly on Sunday heading south. There's nothing worse than having the dust just hanging in the air, and traditionally that's what the auto section have had. They just take off from here, and if you're not in the top 3 or 4, you're dusted the whole way. With a moist track, with plenty of breeze, even though it's icy cold, you'll see that. It'll work for everybody.
I've been hearing that it's going to be pretty icy out at Finke. I've definitely been hearing that.
You really have no idea, do you?
I have no idea, but I have been told to brace for anything. But the track's also, there's been a bit of rain, so that is what's changed the track. So how does that affect the drivers?
Well, a week ago, the track was no dust, because even though there were lots of people on it, because it was wet. But it changes the nature of the surface. You know, the subsoil's damp, the top's light, and so it easily gets churned up a bit. So it's just a different nature to the hard packed sand when it's dry, and so there'll be more, not as many whoops, but it won't be as comfortable a ride. You'll be shaken like people driving down south are. But these people, they know how to do it. Their machines are built for it. The riders have done the work to be fit enough to do it in most cases, and all most of them want to do is get down and back.
And you keep drawing back to it, but what can I do to prepare for when I head down there and head down the other end? What tips have you got for me?
Well, quite a few actually.
I was going to say, you're quiet now.
No, have you got a set of gloves? You don't even have gloves.
I do have. I have gloves.
Gloves, beanie, plenty of layers of clothing which you can peel off during the day, and you've just got to stay warm at night. So you've got to find a campfire.
Okay, I'll be on the hunt for a campfire.
And it's not a make-up area down at the Finke end.
Oh, we still have to do broadcast.
I think you'll survive.
We'll be fine, don't worry. I've heard there's no showers and I'll be sleeping in a swag, so we'll be fine.
You'll have a great time.
Absolutely. Well, let's find out a little bit more what's happening around. Let's have more of a wander and get amongst it tonight.
We're here to race.
We're here to win.
We're not here to watch you.
We're travelling at speeds up to 180 kilometres per hour.
That's 50 metres per second.
If we hit you, we're both gone.
The facts are simple.
Another serious spectator injury could end the race for good.
Don't stand on the outside of corners.
Read and observe all safety signs.
And stay at least 20 metres back from the trackside at all times.
Don't be the reason.
Don't be the reason.
It's been so nice meeting all the families that make up this event here in Finke, and I've come into the Method Wheels tent here at Scrutineering. We've got Michael, Clayton and Ryan Taylor. Hopefully I've got to remember you all correctly. How wonderful it is to be back here at Finke.
Yeah, it's always good to get back here in the Red Centre. Look, to see these crowds, to see, you know, a full field of cars again with all the state borders open again, it's awesome to get here.
And tonight, I'm just blown away the sheer amount of people that are here for Scrutineering tonight. It's pretty cool.
Oh, it's insane. You know, it's essentially the only race we get to race in a national centre. You know, and the support that the whole town gives this race. You know, it's part and parcel of why we want to be a part of it. So.
Michael,
good.
as a family, how many years have you been coming to this event, and why is it so important to you guys?
Oh, it's this will be my 15th year. Only missed 1 year for COVID. It's a family sport. It's where we get to come here and hang out with, you know, all these great people that we know from the sport. Meet lots of new ones, and yeah, it's just a great vibe and really good event.
So aside from Method sponsoring the Prologue winners tomorrow, what else is involved for you guys this weekend?
Oh, look, we're just here for for the brand. We love to be able to give back to the sport. We've been in the sport for nearly 40 years. Started with our late father. So it's really important for us to be able to give back to the sport and just be part of it all and see it grow.
And Ryan, you're racing this weekend. How many Finks have you done?
I think it's been about 10 or 11 Finks. Yeah, lost count after 10.
Does it get easier or harder each year, do you think?
The race is always hard. The preparation, getting the event is always a tough part. The race is equally as tough, but yeah, I wouldn't say it gets any easier, but you just get used to it.
And talk to us about your preparation and how that's been going.
Prep's been really good. It was a bit rushed because of the short time frame from the last race at Pooncarie, but we got everything done and went out for a bit of a test today. So yeah, car's great.
And the track, how's that looking from your point of view?
Well, we got here a bit late, so we haven't actually seen too much of the track. But look, it should be. Talking to other competitors, very much the same as it's been previously. So hopefully not too many surprises out there.
A wonderful family affair. Thank you so much, guys, for sharing your story. Good luck this weekend. Enjoy. It's so great to see the families that are involved here at Finke.
Thank you.
Well, it's so much fun wandering around and finding all of the drivers and everyone entering into the 2022 Tatts Finke Desert Race. I've got John Smith here, great name. You won't forget that one when you're out racing.
Very popular. Very popular.
But John, you've been around this for 25 years and you're saying it's your 8th Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, first one in 1998, I think, or 99. 98, 99, I can't remember, but this is our 8th crack at it, so it hasn't changed too much. I mean, there's a lot more money and involved these days, but it's still a lot of fun if you can get into it. And I think we just enjoy the spectacle of the event, and I think there's no other race in Australia that has this sort of level of popularity, and I think that's what sort of drags us back. It's not the track, it's just the fun, yeah.
Absolutely, and also you get that is obviously a really incredible experience for you as well. How do you reflect on that as a driver?
Yeah, I think it's really nice to come out and compete against the big boys, and we snap at their heels a little bit, and to win you got to finish. So we are always trying to get there and back and have a finish, and wherever you finish, you finish. So we don't quite have the budget to go, send it or go home, because when I go home I have to fix it. So,
send it and save money.
That's right. I send it just enough so I don't have to break it completely. Yeah.
Awesome. And just quickly tell us about your car, because you were saying you built it yourself in your garage. So can you just talk us through that a little bit?
Yeah, so I built this 2014, 2015, and I had a previous buggy that I built, and this was just a sort of a step up from that. And I think my old buggy got resold again only a month ago. and I've just been I like the process of building it. My 2 lads race and built their buggies a bit, and so yeah, it's just good fun to do something and make it yourself and get out there and compete. And even more so, I think, when it's something, you get in it and you're tearing down the road and you think, I can't believe this thing goes like it does. And that was just little old me that put it together. So I think, you get a lot of enjoyment just out of that. Yeah.
That is so cool. That is really incredible. And honestly, that is what the Finke Desert Race is about.
Time. And I tell you what, it is awesome to see. We've been talking about these cars, being built in sheds all around the country and racing at Finke. And John Smith and Grant Mannion's the passenger there. But again, brilliant. That car's been around for a little while and getting faster and faster. And I hope I'm not wrong here. I feel like I remember it being a turbo 6-cylinder car. So that's also quite interesting, something that not a lot of guys run. But again, as I look up and down the list here, total of 26 extreme two-wheel drives, trophy trucks there. We've got 24 pro buggies. Extreme four-wheel drive, that's an interesting class. It's always, we talked about Hayden Bentley's truck before, but again, Phil Lovett has stepped up. That's the Racer Engineering, the X-Turbo car. We've also got Michael Doolan. Now, that's Doolan. Mr. Diggett, 886. Now, he was going to race a two-wheel drive truck, but he's Jimmy's 4x4. So underneath the body of that is actually an Ultra 4. We were talking about the King of the Hammers before. That's something that is going pretty strong in Australia, particularly in that East Coast, that Queensland area. There's a lot of racing there in the Ultra 4 scene. And Michael Doolan, again, ex-tough truck competitor, done a lot of things over the years. And, now he's out here having a crack, and he's been having a crack at a couple of years. He actually owned, I believe, the old, and again, I hope I didn't get this wrong, the old FabTech 50 truck, and had it out here racing around as well. That's since gone, and I believe that he's got a new trophy truck. And, Josh Nourish, that's another one. That's a Ford Ranger. It is definitely not a Ford Ranger. I can promise you that. It might have a Ford Ranger body on it, but it was actually built, I believe that's a bomber-esque type chassis, and the boys have been racing a lot, the 844, and a great bunch of dudes too. Always good to catch up for a beer with Josh and the crew, Ben Jones. And yeah, again, then we start stepping into like our performance two-wheel drive. So this is a class that I love, Josh. I think that what's so great about it is essentially within a set of rules, you've got to have a set chassis length. You've got to have opening and shutting doors. You've got to have a steel roof. Other than that, you can essentially build your version of a trophy truck, and they do. I mean, there's a lot of trucks out here that are very cool. Sinski has been around a long time racing that Ford Ranger, the 524. I actually think, if I don't have my wires crossed, I think that's the car that they rolled at the finish line here, and they got it back on the wheels, and then ended up coming across for like it was third or something like that. So again, you know, these guys have had, it's a lot of great racing in Class 5, and they're one that they're going to be battling. Then we've got 24 buggies in Pro Buggy. Again, that's in Australia, it's our unlimited buggy class. So if you listen along from America and that, you know, we do actually have limited rules. We're not a truly unlimited category. There's a lot of talk around being truly unlimited, but we are not unlimited at the moment, and for good reason. I mean, we've got 1,000 horsepower buggies. We've got 850 horsepower 6 litres, you know. No doubt if you walk down that pit grid, everyone would have a different story about whether they did or didn't want the rules to change and how that would affect them. And you know, there's a lot of happy guys, there's a lot of unhappy guys, but either way, we're all out here racing within the same set of rules, and that's pretty cool with me as far as I'm concerned. So you know, there's a lot of fast V8s now that have come a long way, and used to be that, you know, the old statement used to be, oh, you just push the turbo cars until they blow up. Well, they don't blow up anymore. The guys have done a lot of R&D. You know, Josh Howells and those cars have been doing a lot of work. So you know, as I look up and down the list, and then we're talking about production four-wheel drive. Actually, on the screen we can see the 778. That's Jodie Allen's FJ, so she's won. But we've also got Warren Luff, none other than the Warren Luff from the V8 Supercar days. So you know, 725. They're the guys from Walkinshaw, and they're putting in a serious effort with their new VW 580X Amarok. They're racing one of their production Walkinshaw cars. Obviously, it's got the safety gear, but mate, they are hauling. But then there is gentleman Jeff Pickering, and I don't know how you claw this 701 off him, because, mate, as long as I've been around the sport, and that's for a while, he has been a dominant force in production. I actually had the joy, I think I mentioned this before, we just happened to be driving down the track, and they were scooting down there doing their pre-running, and Jeff Pickering, I mean, he's got to be pushing on a few years now, and that it's super impressive that he can run down the Fink track in a production four-wheel drive, and he'll go, you know, he'll often win the class against people that are, you know, I'm talking a quarter of his age. So that's crazy. So I tell you what, we'll throw across quick to our Fink ambassadors at the moment. That is another great thing. It's so good to see those out there, and you know, it's one of those parts of the Fink that just make the whole event, isn't it?
Another important part of the Tatts Finke Desert Race is, of course, the Fink ambassadors. I've got all the girls here with me, and Tanisha Saywood, what a cool event to be part of as an ambassador.
Yeah, Fink is an amazing time of year for us girls. For me, I'm lucky to be here for the second time in a row for me, and yeah, it's just such a great atmosphere. Love all of the motorsport events and, you know, the bikes and the buggies. It's great.
And just talk to us about the role that you girls play throughout the weekend.
Yeah, so us girls have been here since Monday. We helped with signing on all of the bikes and buggies and the volunteers. We helped with scrutineering today, which was awesome. We'll be helping out with prologue tomorrow, and then, yeah, start finish line for the rest of the weekend.
Now, you're from Brisbane, but I understand there are a few local girls and interstate girls, so you've come from all over Australia for this event.
Yeah, we've come far and wide, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
And just tell me, what brings you back for the second year? Like, what do you love about it?
In 2018, when I think it was unreal, the atmosphere was amazing, the people were great, and yeah, it was just such a good vibe, and motorsport's amazing for us, and we love being involved wherever we can.
And you girls are all volunteers, but I know you had to go through a selection process to be here, so just tell me about that.
Yeah, so we put our applications in, got shortlisted, we all had interviews over the phone for the local girls. I believe they were in person, and yeah, it was about a 2-week wait before we found out who we were, and yeah, it was so exciting when we found out that we were coming back, so yeah, it was great.
Nervous times waiting to see if you got the call up. What's your favourite part about this event?
Oh, my favourite part would have to be the start when all those bikes and buggies are going off. It's amazing, yeah.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you, girls. Stay warm. We couldn't do this event without our Fink ambassadors.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that is so awesome, isn't it? Those girls really get behind the whole race, and it's been a great introduction. It's been a lot of years now, and we've had some fantastic Fink ambassadors. And, you know, it's always beautiful to have, you know, lovely ladies, you know, that are motorsport fans. That's the big key. You know, these girls are actually into the racing. They love the buggies. They love the motorbikes. They love all of that sort of stuff. Now, I'll tell you what, Josh, another class that I'm really excited to see is the Pro Buggies. There's 10 lined up, and I tell you what, even though that might not be a huge field this year, it's a deep field. We've got Ali Howells, like 115, and she's got Sarah in, so it's an all-girl team, which really doesn't need to be mentioned because not only it's not like it's one of those things. Like Ali races at the front of that pack. She is very fast. She always has been very fast, and I mean, again, top-level equipment. She's looking at an outright championship, in position, and that's outright, not like the Pro Light buggy thing alone. She's also there in a class, so Ali's really running at the top of that pack in the Australian Championship, and that'll be another one that's interesting to talk about. We talked about before, like, do you bite down on the bullet and go for it because, Fink is that race for us? Or do you go, okay, well, I've got to conserve a bit. There's going to be a few people in that boat because then we've got some specialists. We've got Andrew Moulds and we've got Brett Martin. Again, they sort of don't have a real horse in the race as an Australian Championship point, but like these guys they're here to win. That's the key. They've come to Fink, they want to party, let's make it happen. Jack Weir and Tim Weir, they've been around in that Jimco 2000 series for a long time, and they've been very, very fast. So, and it's beautifully turned out, that 155 down there on the grid. We've got Harry Werkert and Mel Brandel, Angus Mackay. Really, when you start listing them off, there's just, actually, interestingly, let's talk about Andrew Moulds. He's got that D-stroked BMW in that. I mean, that's an interesting move. There's a few of these Pro Light guys now because the rules with Pro Light are you are only allowed a 3.5 naturally aspirated. So that limits us to, it used to be VQ56s, VQ35s and bits and pieces. But, now guys are looking for ways around it. There was a rumor, and I hope Moulds will, either confirm or deny, but either way, I'm going to say it anyway. There was a rumor that this D-stroked BMW was good for 11,000 RPM. That's motorbike territory. So if that's a true statement, like, that's just amazing. And then see, I could talk about this list all day. The 123 is Matthew Burrows, which is the next generation from Mark Burrows. Mark Burrows being a legend of the sport, multi-time Australian champion, has won in that Pro Buggy, has won Finks, So, to have, Dad in the passenger seat, being Mark Burrows, MBR, like, that's an amazing thing too. So that's going to be one to watch out for, young Matthew. And then, we've got the sports lights as well. And that's what I mean. There's just so many options when you start looking down. Super 1650s, side-by-sides. Yeah, it's really going to be, oh man, as I look at the list, it's just going to be any man's game. So I don't know, Josh. I don't know. And then we didn't even talk about the trophy trucks, Looking down, you've got Dean Miller, Greg Gartner, Mark Foster, Peter Simpson, Bo Robinson in that new truck that we're talking about. Hannah Bentley is driving the two-wheel drive truck, which is the racer that Hayden won, raced a little while ago. Sorry, Hayden won in a Pro Buggy, a single-seater racer. And, but it had that turbo motor. So these guys are running turbo V6s in these ones. Chris Coulthard is there in an Illumicraft trophy truck. It's beautifully turned out, that 420. Toby Watley in the 421, and again, that's the Loveday Rush truck. So that's what I was talking about. He actually, the Rush guys build them as packs, and then Loveday finished it out. So, we saw Jack Middlewaters before on the, on the big screen. He's in that Maloo, that 6-litre, and they put up some YouTube posts and bits and pieces as well about things that they're doing, and the race to Brekkie Bash and all those things that they've been doing. And then, again, we start talking like Damon Nicol. Damon Nicol built that off-road trophy truck. Built it in his shed, 2-bay shed at Victoria. And then David Bird in a Bennett truck. Bennett was a legend of off-road racing in the 80s and 90s. He's actually got the old Gwyn truck, Bernie Gwyn, if you're having to listen along. Big shout out there, mate. They're those legends that used to send it off the finish line, jump and pump hands out the side. We probably, as an official, we're not thrown to that sort of information, but, that was back when men were men and Fink was a party, you used to drink beers before you raced and all that sort of stuff. It's a little bit more professional and racy now, although some would disagree with that statement. But yeah, there's, as we look up and down, it's just such an interesting run. So, trophy truck, and we'll get into the nitty gritty of that more. But wow, I think tomorrow is going to be exciting.
Well, now down on the start finish line, we have a 17-year-old girl bike rider from Mudgee. This one is definitely one story I want to hear about.
I have absolutely loved meeting the competitors that are going to be taking part in the Tatts Finke Desert Race this weekend, and I've come across Betty Dre. Now, Betty, you are only 17 years old, and you're racing this weekend here at Fink.
Yeah, I am. I've come up with my dad and my brother to race this year, so it should be pretty good. Hopefully I can get there and back.
Now tell me a little bit about your story. Your whole family is involved in racing. Everybody races. Why do you guys love it so much?
I pretty much have done it since I was born, to be honest. I think I started racing when I was about 3 years old. My dad's raced this, my sister's raced it, my mum's raced her whole life. It's just been in the blood, really.
And this weekend, it's not only you racing. Now tell me about the other bikes that we've got behind us.
I got my twin brother racing with me and my dad this year, so, you know, it's just a bit of a family event. Come here just to finish, really.
And your drive here was difficult as well. How far did you have to travel?
Me and my brother on our red peas drove 26 hours together, so trying to stay like friends with him for that long was a bit of a challenge, really.
And talk to me about the preparation that's been involved in it. Have you done much pre-running while you've been here?
I've done about 3 days of pre-running. I've only been to the 120 and back so far, so I don't really know what's past that, but a bit of a surprise for race day, I guess.
And what do you think will be the biggest challenge for you?
Just trying to really hold on for that long. Where I live, it's kind of bush and you don't really get past third gear, so trying to go fast for that long will be a bit difficult, but I'm sure I'll work it out.
Now tell me, you're a petite little thing. How do you hang on to this bike, and what do you need to do in order to have the strength to keep on there?
Oh, look, my KFC diet doesn't really help very much, but, just try and, I kind of rely on Steggies and my steering dampener because I'm a bit little. It's a bit hard to hold on to a 250 for however long it takes me to get there and back. So, yeah, just try my best, really.
And what are you most looking forward to in the race?
Oh, just see my dad and my brother when I get back. I'm sure they'll be pretty impressed with me.
Well, thank you for chatting. Thank you for telling us your story, and we wish you all the best and have fun out there.
Thank you so much.
Well, I found two more drivers and a navigator here walking up and down the Fink pit lane is what I'm going to call it. So I've got Mick Maher and Johnny O'Connor, probably one of the only Irish blokes on here. I can't really say that, but yeah. Good to have a bit of an international taste here. So you guys have done this twice now.
3 times.
3 times? This is your 3rd attempt or your 4th attempt?
This is the 4th attempt. We don't want to talk about last year, though. That was bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why that one's a write-off. It's been a bit tough hitting a tree. So what brings you guys here and what brought you guys together as a team?
I actually met Johnny when he crashed on the side of the track 2 years ago, and we got chatting, and he said, if you ever need a navigator, give us a call, and I needed a navigator, so I gave him a call. Yeah.
And he's got a pretty thick accent. How does that go?
It takes a bit of deciphering, but we got it. Like, he's usually saying go faster, so I'm pretty right.
I feel like we've had enough banter, I could say that. But Johnny, what brings you back to Fink, and what do you enjoy so much about the Red Centre?
Well, Fink is a race, it's an itch. You just can't scratch it, so you have to keep coming back. And just the fun, just being able to have a crack going down there, hitting whoops and stuff like that, it's just good fun.
I love it. I love that you love it so much. So what's the game plan come this weekend? What's the key to getting the win?
Well, first you've got to finish, and so we'll go down there, get to Fink, and then race back.
So it's more of a race of you've just got to complete it because there's some tough terrain out there. What do you find most challenging?
Well, it's going to be really fast. The track's a lot flatter, which will make it really fast. So it's just a matter of committing and braking hard when you need to.
And is there any navigating tricks that you've got to sort of, direct you guys in the right direction?
Oh, well, with Mick, it's just keep him steady and try and keep the pace on. Just make sure, get the braking right and stuff like that. And that's really what we need to keep on track. Make sure everything's spot on.
And I've really been searching to find is there a particular section, if you had to name one part of the track, what is the hardest part of Fink?
To be honest, the hardest part of Fink is getting here. What we do up here is such a small part of it. There's the work behind the scenes and all the people that help you get here, building the car, preparing the car, keeping it in A1 condition, getting parts from all over the place at the moment. Everything's a bit of a battle with everything that's been going on the last couple of years, but this is just such a small part of it, and there's so many people behind the scenes that help and make these races happen that nobody gets to see. So thanks to all of them.
Amazing. No, it's so cool hearing all the teams that come together. So can you tell us a little bit, where's the car from and how'd you build it?
So this is a Tisco truck from the States. The boys are actually over here supporting myself and Toby Price. So this is the first one in the country, and Toby's got the second one, just different body styles. Those guys know what they're doing. They build a great bit of gear. They're doing it all day, every day down in America, down in San Diego. So we went to the people that knew what they were doing and said, hey, build us something to win Fink. And we just got to try and win Fink now.
It's all about the car, it's all about the navigator, it's all about the driver, it's all about taking on the tough terrain out there. It is the ultimate desert race. Well, good luck over the weekend, guys. Really great chatting to you.
Hopefully see you at Fink.
You will see me at Fink. I am heading down there, really excited to go and see that on Sunday night and see what everyone does, fixing bikes and buggies and all that stuff. But let's keep having a look. Great night, great atmosphere. Let's go find some more drivers.
Thank you very much.
Well, what a lovely looking truck. The first Tisco in Australia. So great to get that little bit of background knowledge there. And Toby's being, again, a Tisco, but a different body style. So very, very interesting there. Great to have a chat there with that team, because I didn't know that was the first Tisco in Australia, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, it's definitely and it is a beautiful truck. You know, it was when Tisco came out, they really stepped up the game.
Yeah, they did. And those trucks, a lot of those American companies are actually building packages over in the States at the moment where you can show up to a race and they set up the truck for you and you just go and have fun.
Wow, what a segue. I didn't know you were doing that, so you've done well, because what I was going to say is, did you know at the moment that Paul Wheel and Toby are stepping up to race at Geyser Brothers over in America? You know, they're doing the Team Australia. And it was interesting talking to Paul Wheel, because you know, he's outrightly said that he's not there just to muck around and have a run around. He wants to go there and win it. So, you know, and that's the right team to do it. They've got the right people around them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they go. You know, and it's this year. They're starting a race. They've got the right people in place. They've got an awesome truck, a brand new G6 that they're going to race. They've got the support of Geysers over there. So, yeah, mate, it's going to be very interesting to see how they do over there, because, again, both of them are experienced. Both of them know what's going on. Toby's, you know, a beast at what he does. Paul Wheel is, you know, every bit as good. So, you know, and he's got that experience from a wide range of racing, because, again, if you can't remember, Paul Wheel was, you know, a V8 supercar legend in the day as well, and did a lot of work. And, you know, he's done really well at Australian Safaris back in the day. You know, he's got a lot of racing pedigree there and a lot of experience, and he's got all the right things to make things happen. So, no, it's going to be amazing. And like you said, that arrive and drive option, that's a brilliant thing, because, you know, you can pick up a very competitive car, although we were actually talking about how competitive the market is at the moment. We were talking about Martin's before. You know, I think Dale's car was only really on the market for maybe a week, and it was gone. You know, like, it was a very well sorted, well prepped pro line, and, you know, like, to have cars turning around in that sort of time frame, you know, it's going to be one of those things that for a little while, it's you know, it's such a growing sport, such a great sport, that why wouldn't you jump on the bandwagon with a proven car? And yeah, that arrive and drive in America, I think that's something that interests everyone. And again, we talk about it all day, but the classes too, you don't just have to arrive and drive a trophy truck. There's plenty of arrive and drive class 10 cars over there, and they're these little Ecotech powered cars. They've got a limited motor. They're fast, silly fast in the rough, A-arms, all the other stuff. And you know, how good would it be to get a group of mates together and come and race? But that actually leads us to what Bo was talking about before, with respect to there's a potential soon that there may be arrive and drive for Americans coming to Fink. Now that would bring a different level, just with respect to those names, because it's been a while. You know, Americans have been coming over and racing, and further abroad, not just Americans, you know, international people have been coming to ride at Fink. And, you know, obviously that's less of a logistical nightmare on a motorbike. You can, you know, move things around and do bits. Heck, you can even just buy a new motorbike at the dealership, you know. So that's an option. But, you know, for a long time, it's been very difficult to get into these trucks and buggies and, you know, maybe with the side-by-sides, because that's another thing that's just an amazing side, you know, note is that, you know, a couple of years ago, and I mean only a couple of years ago, to have 4, 5, 6 side-by-sides was a pretty big field. Now we're looking at 60, 64 cars. That's crazy. And, you know, all of them are competitive. All of them are well set up. All of them got aftermarket parts, you know. But it's just, man, the more we talk up and down, we're talking again. On our live screen, we've got Owen. That's Glenn Owen. 2016, he was our champ here at Fink, and he's another one that's turned up with absolutely nothing to lose. It's this is really anyone's race this year, and the more I think about it, the more confused I get. Maybe I need to clear my own mind out. Just go, oh well, it's game time. And I think tomorrow we'll be telling too.
Yep.
We'll know a lot more information after tomorrow. We'll know who's got it set to kill. 110%. There's a lot of guys out there that, again, as I sort of said, have nothing to lose,
Yep.
and everything is for Fink, and that's going to be the ones to really watch
To
out.
watch.
Yeah, because again, even Toby's a bit that. He unfortunately he's wanted to race other races in the Australian and in local round. He wants to do Gundawindi. He said that, but just time constraints is always an issue. He's got a busy Dakar program. He's often flying, particularly with COVID. It was a very difficult time with, you had to do the old go to Dubai before you flew to, lots of things were like he had to be going a month and 2 months before Dakar before he could even get there. So, that made things, hopefully with this year, with all the restrictions easing, we're going to see him race the truck. Because again, probably a lot of people think, oh, he just wants to go and do Fink. That's not true from the conversations I've had with him. He loves racing. He loves driving. It's just, it's a constraint thing. And again, he is doing as big and as amazing as that team. I don't want to burst the bubble or the illusion. But again, on Saturday night, it's often Toby, bolting the motor in himself. He's changing the brake pad. So, it is it's still essentially a privateer team. Everyone on that grid is essentially a privateer team, and that takes time, and it takes money, and it takes effort, and it takes passion, it takes all those things, mate. So, I think that's something that shouldn't be underestimated. And from the guy that's building the truck in his backyard to like Bo's team and to Toby's team and to Greg Gartner and all these guys that are heroes of the sport, they still know what a socket is. There's not a team here that doesn't know how to spin some spanners, So yeah, I think that's one of the great things about off-road racing is, really, you've got to be passionate because it's not an easy sport to get into. And I know that's true of lots of stuff, but it's just the ever-changing racetrack. Like they run down, they run back. It'll never be the same. So amazing bits of machinery to do that. And the guys that design them and the guys that are passionate about it, the fact that they're ever evolving, and I just think it's one of those things that just it fascinates me. It really does fascinate me, and I've got a true passion for it. And it's going to be interesting to see where it ends up in a couple of years. And I just can't wait for the massive crowds at Fink, and it just always growing and people making the pilgrimage. And again, I feel that in the last 20 years or 15 years that we've been coming, that I can already see the growth and the different people that are interested in it. Even, I'll take this how you want it, even like, we've got influencers now up and down the Fink, grid, just having a walk around and chatting around. Exactly. Like people are stepping up and taking notice, and, this media, and I think it's a positive thing. I think that everyone's passionate about it. Like, again, more eyes on the sport cannot be a bad thing. There's no, we're all mates at the end of the day, and heck, we all want to, share the love and share the passion of this race. And I think it's something like, everyone that I've seen on the YouTube live stream, you can just see it in their eyes, how passionate. They've all worked hard to get here. We heard that story before about, P-platers driving kilometres to get, thousands of kilometres. Even us, we've had 3 generations of family that came across the Barclay, and, we're going home the plenty, and we've got everyone from 6 to 70, and it's going to be a great time. And yeah, I think the Fink journey is what it's all about.
Yeah, the Fink journey really has been great. And I think the 2 girls that we're about to throw down to now have had a fantastic first night of entertainment.
Well, Rihanna, what a night. It is getting chilly, so it's getting to that time where we have to wrap things up. But first night, scrutineering, thousands of people have been down here. We've had a chat to some of the drivers. It's really cool to see some of the local people, but also people coming from far and wide who just love this event. What's been your favourite part of the night?
Look, I just caught up with a young girl called Betty Dre, who's only 17, and she's racing Fink for the first time. She's here with her whole family. Dad's racing, twin brothers racing, and I'm going to point her out to you because I'm hoping that everything goes well, and then you can catch up with her at the other end because it's 17. She's just a baby, and it's so cool to see her out there.
I love seeing young girls get into it. We're definitely changing the whole environment, and it's cool to get people started nice and young. Make sure you point her out. I will go and check her out at Fink on the other end on Sunday. But plenty of action happening tomorrow. We've got prologue underway from 8 o'clock.
Yeah, of course, and that's really what we've all been waiting for. Tonight's a lot of fun and it's a chance for people to meet the drivers, but tomorrow is where it all starts to get really real. The live stream, of course, you can follow along on the Fink website, on YouTube, and that's going to be kicking off from 7:30 tomorrow morning, nice and early, so grab yourself a coffee, get yourself nice and comfy for a big day of watching prologue. First car's out at 8 o'clock in the morning, so that's Central Time here in Alice Springs, so cannot wait to see those cars out of there. And look, we've got a huge day. We're going to be live all day, keeping you up to date with all of the action. So we need to get a good night's rest and be ready for tomorrow.
I was going to say we need to go and get warm because I'm absolutely frozen. So excited for everyone to jump on board. As we said, live stream from 7:30 Central Standard Time.
Well, it looks like those two girls for their first time at Fink have been having a lovely time, and yes, they are right. Prologue tomorrow is where all the action starts, and it's going to be on for young and old. It's going to be turn it to 11, or it's going to be turn it to 5 and try and keep it conservative. It's going to be very interesting. There's so many storylines that are going to play out. And we start off with the slower vehicles, and then we make our way up to the faster vehicles, and we get faster, and then we hit that little bit of a break time, and then your top 30 bikes.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's completely nuts. And to watch the top guys qualify, it's an art form. Like, they're going to completely send it. That's the reality of it. You know, all those guys want that dust-free run. It's going to be key, even with the wetter track that we've heard reports of, particularly with it being a faster. But again, we're talking reports here, guys, because Fink is one thing that is ever changing. That's the one thing that we do know, is that we don't know. So, you know, I think it's going to be very interesting, but the game will definitely be to lead off the line. That's going to be a key. You know, realistically, it's going to be interesting to see what people do with respect to the vehicle dynamics. You know, are they going to lower? Are they going to tweak? I would imagine that you'll see a lot of trophy trucks tomorrow on 35s. Even the pro buggies will be on 35s and bits and pieces, but you know, then up to 37s and 40s for the actual race. So, you know, they'll run lighter fuel. There'll be a lot of bravado will be seen tomorrow. These guys will be definitely set to kill. We've seen some action in the stadium area pretty much every year. We have a couple of oopsies and over the tops of berms and all sorts of things that no doubt we're going to encounter. And let's be honest, if we're not encountering it, they're not trying hard enough. So I'll give them a cheer, upper for sure. So, we've got a few guys that are going to be very interesting there. Even down to, like, we've got Billy Geddes. We haven't even talked about him, and that's crazy. Like, to think, again, Billy Geddes is a Fink phenom. Like, he's come out here essentially in 2010. He came to Bike Pit, and then 2011 he was actually in the Bernie Gwynn Bennett built, the old C20, the famous truck out here, the Stewart Caravan Park one. He moved that on when he got a new geyser because he had that ordered, and then had a real breakout year in 12, 13. He had some real solid stuff, and again, even now, super solid. But sort of picking and choosing. Obviously, the farm life, every now and then you've got to make sure that you're feeding the cows and doing all that sort of thing, moving the dirt and all the things that, sometimes take a priority. But one thing that has been constant is he's been coming to Fink. He's been pushing at Fink, and he's always developing his program. He's got great guys around him, as per many of the teams. But, he's another one that's going to be very interesting to watch this year in that truck. He was up there in the top 10 last year. And, that's a position that he's always looking at encroaching on and moving forward. And it's great. But those guys also, they're here for a good time. I saw them, they've got a barbecue and some of his Wagyu steaks on display there on his Instagram. And, those guys, they know how to smoke. They know how to have a good time. So, it's great to see. And, again, we're going to see that up and down the list where you've got these guys that, because they're not in the Australian Championship, we haven't sort of had them on the radar yet. But they're here, and they're here to shine. So, again, I look at that list and I see Glenn Owen. That was one that I didn't even think of. We've got Aaron James in his single-seater Lumi craft. And, he's another guy that, top 3 all the time. And he's very fast out here. He loves the rough stuff. When it gets loose, he just throttles down. And, I mean, that works at Fink. We heard it before where they said, knowing to stand on the gas is sort of the key out here. Knowing where you don't have to lift. We've got some famous videos floating around on the Fink's, media where, Greg Gartner just absolutely sending off that tree of knowledge. Again, we can't suggest this enough. We obviously are going to do our pitch again where we say, make sure you stand back from the track. We don't want to see anyone this year within that 20 metres, and it is for your own protection. Like, as a driver, and I have driven this race, it blew me away. If you had known how out of control I was, and you wouldn't be sitting in a deck chair near the racetrack. You just wouldn't, because I suppose we give these guys a lot of credit because they deserve a lot of credit. But this at the end of the day is still a hobby motorsport. We're out here racing, and things can get very loose very fast. So again, I move you to make sure that you follow all the guidelines and the rules. Again, all our officials that are floating around, remember, they're all volunteers. They're all here to help us. So, make sure that we're not aggressive towards them or anything. They're just trying to do the best they can. They've got a set of rules. We've got a set of rules. Same with the local law enforcement. I know it's easy to pick on a few people every now and then, but these guys are just doing a job that we need them to do to keep this race as good as it is. So big shout out to all our volunteers down the track. And so have you got any crazy picks, mate, or are we still sitting on the fence? Or because I keep asking you, and I'm interested.
I'm really sitting on the fence. I've gone down and had a look at some of the vehicles, and I've gone and had a look at some of the bikes. And for the bikes, I'm going to probably upset a lot of locals saying this. This is hurting me personally to say this, but from what I've gone and seen and spoken to, and the sparkle in this man's eye when I spoke to him, I really think Jack Simpson is going to give David Walsh a run for his money again. Because last year it was on for young and old in that prologue, and then they came side by side down on that day one, and it was down to the gate. You didn't know who was going to lead, and it was with Jack's going away, and he's now riding in the States and doing very well over there, and him coming back and jumping on this bike. And no, he hasn't had a heap of time to prep on this track, but I think everything that he's done over in the States and just the determination that young bloke's got, he's gone so close. I think it might be his year.
I love it. I love that. I think that's a good call, mate. You're not far off the money, so he's definitely going to be up there. But again, we've got the likes of Ivan Long coming back from a little bit of time off, and Nathan Trigg is another guy that's not on the list at the moment because he has bike issues and bits and pieces. So, I think it's going to be one of those years where it's going to be a lot of fun. I even look at that bit of a sidestep here, but I noticed on the list there that David Beavis is actually racing a Porter Pro buggy. And now David Beavis is an old motorbike boy from way back out of Central Queensland. So he had a Class 5 truck for a little bit, and must have decided he wanted to go a little bit faster because, again, those Class 5s, they still have to have a chassis, still opening doors. So, and he's now gone up to the big boy class racing the Pro Buggy. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. So I'm cheering for Beavis as well. Like, that'll be a very cool thing. And like you said, there's some very cool cars down on that grid. I mean, again, Shannon Wrench's car should not be walked past. It's a very impressive bit of gear. The way that and the way they've got it, always immaculate cars. Like, he builds a great program, all done, in-house with those guys there. Ian as the navigator, like that is a class act family. But the key is that, like, again, they've got those trailing arms. Those cars are running big tyres in the States, over in 40-inch tyres over in America. So going to be crazy. I'm so excited. Josh, we're sort of wrapping up here. We're about to get into the fireworks here, and I do like that. And, as we were talking about before, scrutineering is obviously over. Prologue is going to be tomorrow, brought to us by Method, which is exciting. We saw the Taylor boys down there. Always great to have the Race Wheels Australia boys on the line. And I think that it's going to be one of those things that, man, throw a blanket over them and just set them to go, because these boys are going to be warring tomorrow. It's going to be a great show. And I should say, and ladies, because, I mean, we've got some, again, I can't stress enough, do not sleep on Ali Howes. She's going to be right up there. There is no joke with that family. They race hard and they race fast. So, I'm really excited to see everyone racing tomorrow. It's going to be a damn good time.
Ali's third in the Australian Off-Road Championship. So I, again, as looking into now the cars, Toby, again, being a big favourite coming into the weekend, but we can't...
He'd be faster if he's in a buggy, but yes.
But we can't go past those big names. And one name that I think has been skipped over a bit, and I know this name from when I was growing up watching Finks, is Dave Fellows. That trophy truck and the years and dominance and everything he did. That man is insane, and he still knows how to drive.
Yeah,
so there's so many different storylines going throughout this. The Super 1650 class has a young Northern Territorian, Tim Button, from Alice Springs, who's had nothing but issues with that engine, and I mean nothing but issues. Goes in, slaps an engine in before, as the fireworks start going off.
Awesome. Well, listen, we'll send you to the fireworks, guys. We'll look forward to catch up with you tomorrow, and what a good time here at Finke.